All right, y'all. Peace, peace, and peace. Hope everyone's doing well and good day. Bro, I've been busy. I'm getting y'all getting these books packaged up. Getting them packaged up and mailed out. I'm gonna mail them out on Monday. So I got a lot. I got a little stack. It's a nice little stack, but I will be mailing, just taking them. Post office not far from here, so I'll just be taking them down and mailing them down. If you are interested, since I'm talking about it right now, I'll mention it again before the end of the live. But if you're interested, yes, the book finally came. Y'all can see it's a workbook form. Yes, this is Breaking the Trauma Bond right here, right? I'm gonna read some out of it real quick, and I'll read some more later. But yeah, you can see with this one right here, this is the first one. You see, I left a lot of room, a lot of space for you to write notes, put notes, and you know what I mean. Journal, you know what I mean. Whatever. There's a lot of like reflection type stuff in here. It's real deep. Dig though. So I'm gonna start with the first. Well, first let me speak to y'all first. My bad. Let's see what was up in here. Adelinda was up in the building first. That's what's up. Peace to you, Adelinda. Thank you for coming through. Ashley Fountain. Peace to you. Queen of 76. Or Quenna, my bad. Quenna. Peace to you, Quenna. Seth Bay. Seth, salute to you, sir. I salute all the gentlemen, all the kings, all the gods who come up in here. Appreciate y'all support up in here. You say I be watching you live, analyzing myself to see if I'm the narcissist. Nah, bro, I'm gonna tell you what. Honestly, you wouldn't even be asking yourself if you were a narcissist if you actually were a narcissist. Narcissists believe they're perfect, pimping. You know what I'm saying? They don't think there's anything wrong with them at all. So they wouldn't even be questioning it. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies now. Yeah, that's part of your dark side. You know what I mean? But we don't operate like that, not as empaths. You feel me? So the fact that you're asking just show and prove that you're probably most likely not. Most likely. Hey, C, you feeling sad? Y'all send some love. That's what's up. Loving myself, 44. Peace to you. Thank you for that. You already jumped on it. That's what's up, y'all. Y'all send C some love, man. That's what we do up in this community, y'all. This is not just an online space. You feel me? We show love to each other up in here. We tribe, you feel me? All right? We folks, all right? We show love. It's a safe space because of us. That's what makes it a safe space, the way we treat each other, the way we show love to each other, you feel me? Kitty cat, meow, meow. Peace to you. Seth Bay, you say I'm in a toxic relationship for years. I've done my wrong, and she done her wrong, and I'm just trying. Yeah, but it's a little more because sometimes all the time, the empath's wrong or so-called presumed wrong is usually a trauma response to what the narcissist has already done. A lot of times, man, I already know the feeling. I've been one of them knuckleheads for almost 7 years before I left, you feel me? And so it's like, I can dig it, like, because when you find out especially the cheating part, when you find out this person been like slurred all around, you know what I'm saying? You feel rejected. You feel like you lacking. And a lot of times we start doing stuff for the sake of feeling validated. You know what I mean? But when we come to our common sense, we got to understand you can't be playing with people's emotions just because you want to feel validated. So that's something that you, as an empath, if you're not a narcissist, you wouldn't continue doing that to people because it's not what you do unless you just slipped over into dark empath mode. And that's a whole different life. You feel me? But yeah. If you want some one-on-one pimping, I do one-on-ones, man. You could message me and I got you. I can help you out with that, real rap. I can help you out with that. Just hit me up. Just message me. The one-on-ones, they're very inexpensive, dude. They're not. It's worth it. It's worth it. You know? I come with that heat. I don't be playing around. Angel says, there ever a way a narcissistic person can stop being emotional? No, Angel. Unfortunately, the only way, there's a couple things a narcissist can do to not be a narcissist. Develop empathy. Be accountable without blaming, right? Be vulnerable. Those things right there, narcissists refuse to do. Narcissists won't ever change. You're wasting your time if you're waiting for for a narcissist to change. They're always going to be emotionally unavailable. And I'm going to break something down to you real quick. Matter of fact, y'all, peace to y'all who came through. The thing is, let me get into this, right? Because that's important. I want to get on that. That's important. But listen, I'm going to get back to this in a second, all right? If you're interested in the book, Breaking the Trauma Bond, send me a message and I'll let you know how to get it. It's only $30. It's nothing. All right, that's nothing, especially considering what's in there. All right, and I'm gonna read some of it to let you know what's happening. But I really want to get on that one right there. I really want to get into this because I need to let y'all know something. All right, I don't know how many of you are new up in here, but I'll reiterate this later. All right, I usually like to wait. Matter of fact, M1 and 8K, peace to you. Thank you for coming through. Hey, Ty Barnes. Peace to you, Ty Barnes. Hey, I got yours already. I got yours is already here, Ty Barnes. Is going out on Monday, all right? All right? Yeah, I want you to be critical. You know what? I am going to hold up. I'm sorry. Angel, please just hold on, all right? Hold on for a little bit, okay? Don't go nowhere because I got you. I'm going to address that right there. I just want to wait for some more people to come through. You know what I mean? Everybody's not used to me because I do come early. Sometimes I come in the evening. I come early mostly for the people who are like, the time zone difference is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like the UK is like 5 hours. Greece is like 7 hours. And I got support over there. You know what I'm saying? A decent amount of people. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was only one person, you're important enough for me to change my schedule to make sure that you could get in on this. You feel me? So before I get into that, just hang around. Y'all hang around for a second. Before I get into that, let me mention Breaking the Trauma Bond, y'all. Breaking the Trauma Bond. I will read a little bit more out of this a little bit later, but I'm going to start off. I'm going to read a little bit, all right? This is Breaking the Trauma Bond, y'all. Survivor's Guide to Healing from... Now, I'm not interested in any co-hosts, y'all. Let me explain right now. I'm busy. I'm not co-hosting. I'm not doing any of that kind of stuff. I'm teaching right now, okay? I appreciate your desire to want to do that, but that's not what I'm into. I need to teach my folks, okay? All right, dig. Breaking the Trauma Bond, y'all. Survivor's Guide to Healing from Narcissistic Abuse, Reclaiming Identity, and Choosing Peace, okay? Table of contents. Introduction, why this book exists, right? Then there's part 1, understanding the bond. All right, understanding it. Number 1, what narcissistic abuse really is. 2, why narcissists are drawn to empaths. 3, the trauma bond is explained. All right, part 2, the emotional aftermath. Why you still miss them after no contact. We're going to talk about that today, okay? And that's in here, but we're going to talk about that today. All right, grieving the illusion, not the person. Grieving. I want to remind y'all. Remember, I think I don't know how many of you have heard me mention Dr. Erica, and I call her Dr. Erica because she's actually considered a doctor, a very renowned doctor in the DR, Dominican Republic. All right, she's Dominican. She lives here, but currently she's in DR. Doing some her personal stuff, whatever. All right, and I have said that she's gonna be on one of these lives because she is a certified, I don't know the technical terminology, I just know she's way up there because she like supervises therapists who supervise or who deal with families with autistic children, right? But she's also a certified, or I don't know what the actual title is, she'll be able to tell you all that, but the master's degree level grief counselor, grief therapist. All right. So I know there's a lot of people in here who have experienced a level of grief that I haven't. And so I can give you some things. I can't give everything because I haven't experienced all of it. But she has. Okay. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to have her, coming in, giving some, just doing a spiel. You know what I mean? But eventually she's going to have her own page. And I'm hoping you all will go like that page because she's got a lot of, I'm talking about some very, very deep information that can help you, healing information. And, Erica's experience is going to be the name of the channel. Well, because she has actually gone through it with a narcissist. You know what I mean? So now she's an expert in the field. And I call her Dr. Erica because she's dope. I'm talking about, y'all get an opportunity to see. I'm talking about very, very deep, very calm, soothing, I'm telling you, you'll get an opportunity to see. All right. So it's the only reason I haven't had her on yet, like I said, is because of the fact she's actually in the DR right now. She won't be back home till next week or something like that. I think a couple weeks, something like that. But once she does, she will be on. You feel me? All right, y'all. So this is Breaking the Trauma Bond. I'm reading a little bit out of it. This is the book that is it is available, $30. It's written. It's in a workbook form, so you can literally write in it. All right, you can take notes in it. You can journal in it. Okay, it's really dope, and I'm going to read some of it to y'all right now. I'm going to read some of it right now. Hey, what's up, KG in the building? Listen, I'm sorry. If I didn't speak to you, please don't take offense, all right? I just happened to see that when I looked up. But I want to get into this, okay? Because I got a lot. We got lessons today, and we have, at the end, let's play a game. All right? So there's a lot I want to do today in a few short hours, you know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get this going. I want to read some of this so you get an idea of what there is. I was starting in breaking the trauma. I mean the table of contents, and I was down to part 3, breaking free. Well, let me go back up because part 2. One of the subjects in part 2 is why you still miss them after no contact. Well, we're going to sort of discuss that today with why it still hurts so much, all right? So this is some of what we're discussing today is some of what's in the book, all right? So if you're interested, message me. It's only $30. That's not a lot to invest in your future. It's not a lot to invest in actual strategies that are going to help you get through this, get over it, and get on with your life. You feel me? That's my word. These are things that I've actually done. All right, so in that part 2, it's the emotional aftermath, right? And number 4 is why you still miss them after no contact. And after that, grieving the illusion, not the person. I'm going to break that down today too, all right? Part 3, breaking free, all right? Under that is 30 surefire ways to get over a narcissist and find happiness. Y'all heard that right, 30 surefire ways. You incorporate these things into your life and consistently practice them, I'm telling you, you will be empowered to the point that the narcissist will be nothing but an insignificant bad memory. You feel me? Number 7, how to combat the urge to miss them. I'm gonna give you that information today. That's also in this book. Okay? Why no contact works. All right? Hey, T Money. Salute to you, sir. Peace to you, bruh. Hope you're having a good day today, man. Part 4, y'all, rebuilding self and future. Rebuilding self and future. All right. Reclaiming identity after narcissistic abuse. Redefining love, boundaries, and self-respect. It's real deep. Turning pain into purpose. Part 5, the healing plan. The 30-day guided healing workbook, which is this. All right. And this is something that you just consistently do. And it'll become a part of your actual everyday habits. I'm telling you, it's clinically proven that if you do something consistently for 21 days straight, it'll become a habit. All right, try it. All right, now listen, introduction. Why this book exists. If you're reading this, chances are you loved someone who harmed you, okay? Emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually, unfortunately. And leaving them did not bring immediate peace. I get it, all right? This book exists because narcissistic abuse does not end when the relationship ends. You still got work to do after you leave these clowns alone, all right? And that's the hard work because that's where you have to also stay away from them or limit contact if you have children with them, all right? It lingers into the body, the mind, and the nervous system. Many survivors ask, why do I still miss this clown? Why do I still miss them? Why does it feel harder after no contact? Why do I feel guilty for choosing myself? You feel me? These are some of the things that are in this book. These are some of the subjects that are here. I'm telling you, I stand on this. This book will help you. It will. I'm telling you, if you want to invest in a better future, if you want to invest in becoming, your best self. As a matter of fact, I have a download on my page. If you're interested in that download, becoming your best version, that's only $10, and I can send it to you immediately through email. But this book here, I'm telling you, this is something you're going to want to utilize. These are strategies and practices that you're going to want to incorporate into your life, all right? All right, so dig it. I'm about to give my disclaimer, okay? Because I'm going to show and prove to y'all that I understand not only where you're coming from, All right, I'm gonna show and prove why I love you, and then I'm gonna motivate you, inspire you, and educate you today to the point I'm gonna help you not only feel better, but I'm gonna give you a whole different perspective of this journey you're about to go on, or a different perspective for those of you who have already begun. All right, I promise you. I promise. I promise. I'm gonna help you. I promise you. I promise I'm gonna help you feel better. I promise I'm gonna give you clarity today. I promise. Trust me, okay? You got my word. So dig first. Yes, you are in a very safe space. You are seen. You're heard. You will never, none of your emotions are going to be invalidated. Your experiences are not going to be invalidated. We definitely understand. We're not going to question you. Asking you, well, why did you stay so long? Well, why didn't you see this? Well, why didn't you see that? Well, didn't you understand? Listen, you want to keep this empowerment journey, this healing journey, you want to keep this to yourself and to other people who are healing or who understand healing. You feel me? Because the average person's not going to understand you. See, people think this is just an average toxic, jacked up relationship. Nah. This was way worse than just a regular toxic relationship. This is not your average. You feel me? All right? And only people who have gone through it will be able to understand you. Dave, what's going on with you, sir? Salute to you. And I did get that, Dave. So I'm actually going to be, I think yours, I packaged yours up, packaged it already, but I need your address. So just message me your address and I got you, all right? And I appreciate you, dude, for supporting the cause. Okay, so dig, like I said, we want to keep it, people who have not been through this they can't understand this. They wouldn't be able to understand what you're telling them. Because it seems so outlandish, like it seems so mind-blowing, like they wouldn't even believe, like you didn't believe before you got with this monster, that there are people actually who exist like this. You feel me? So you want to keep this to individuals who understand healing. All right, that's why this community was created, so that we don't have to feel isolated and we're by ourselves and nobody understands what we've been through and yada yada yada. Now we got a whole community of people right here who have pretty much been through the same thing, because narcissists do the same thing. It's universal behavior. It's the same demonic spirit. They pretty much all do the same exact thing over and over and over. You feel me? Absolutely. So dig, like I said, this is the disclaimer. You are in a safe space. However, I'm kind, I'm humble, I'm genuine, I'm solid. I'm extremely passionate about what I do. That's why I do it. Okay? I come bring free therapy because I love y'all. Real rap. I don't like narcissists. I don't like bullies. And I don't like what they did to you because you didn't deserve it. And so my solution is to help you fight these clowns back and get your life back. You feel me? So that's why I tell you, I promise you, I'm helping you. Because it makes me happy. It makes me happy to consider the fact that someone who was once tied into one of these knuckleheads, you know what I'm saying, has now broken free and they're going to experience their best life. You feel me? And I'm going to help you. All right? However, I ain't nice. Okay? I ain't mean, but I ain't nice. I could be nice. I could be nice to old people. I could be nice to kids. I love kids. Yeah. Leaky leak, love the kids. You feel me? And I could be nice. I'm definitely going to be nice to my woman. You know what I'm saying? But I don't come at this with no soft cream puff approach. You feel me? I'm a different type of empath. The type of empath that a lot of you are eventually going to be empowered to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm front line. Soldier status. Gladiator for real. Okay? And so, us front line, we built a little different. We got to go a little harder. You feel me? But it's all stemming from the same love source. You feel me? So this is still love. All right? So I say all that to say this. We about radical acceptance over here. We don't do no daggone coddling. We ain't watering down nothing. You feel me? We about radical acceptance over this piece. Radical acceptance is going to lead you to accelerated healing. Acceptance is the best approach to empowerment. That's why we're sort of straying away from that healing word, because healing, it seems incomplete. You know what I'm saying? We're not just healing, we're being empowered. You feel me? We're going to be better as a result of this. You feel me? We're going to elevate. You understand? All right? So what I need y'all to do, man, before we go through with the rest of this, I need y'all to agree. Y'all down with radical acceptance. Good afternoon, Brenda Brown. Hey, Brenda. Hey, Brenda. I sent you a message. I need you to send me your address so I can send your book out. I'm sending them out on Monday, okay? I need y'all to agree, all right? So we can all be on the same page. I need y'all to put RA on the screen with some light bulb emojis, all right? RA on the screen if y'all down with radical acceptance, all right? And understand, the light bulbs, y'all, this is the light bulb live because we stay lit, all right? But not only that, because we consistently receiving light bulb moments. Them aha moments, absolutely. I bring that heat, okay? So we want to make sure to keep this chat lit up with these light bulbs, because we got Soul Tribe, we got individuals just like you used to be who are looking for a community like this. So we want to leave the light on for them, you feel me? So if you are down with RA and y'all understand about the light bulbs, y'all, it's all about cooperation. We trying to draw our folks in. The reason why we started this right here is to increase our community, so then we could take this out into the real world and start building on our resource centers that we're going to have regionally, one in each region, one time, each time zone. Absolutely. That's the goal. That's what this is about. All right. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But RA, y'all, RA on the screen with some light bulb emojis. Thank y'all for tapping that screen up the way y'all tapping it up, too. Listen, the goal is 100 G's every live. The goal is 100 G's. Y'all tap it up, all right? All right? The more we tap up, the more this gets pushed out in the FYPs, and the stronger and larger our community grows, all right? You feel me? Our goal is $150 to 2 yards every day, 150 to 200 people we want to invite to our community. We want to welcome to our community. You feel me? And welcome to y'all. If you are new, I'm starting to notice some handles that I don't recognize. So real quick, if you are new and you somewhat feel safe so far, you feel like this might be the place that you've been looking for, these might be the community of solid folks you've been looking for, please put NS on the screen with some light bulb emojis. If you are new and you feel safe so far, that cat over there might know what he's talking about. Please put NS on the screen with some light bulb emojis. If you are new, we do, Dave. Every time we blow past 100 G's every time. I'm going to start raising the bar, though, because we getting, you know what I'm saying, we starting to grow. So I'm going to start raising the bar as far as that's concerned. We're going to be targeting like $150. All right? NS on the screen if you're new and you feel safe so far, you feel like this might be the place that you've been looking for. These might be the type of folks you've been looking for. Pay attention to the chat. All right? Pay attention to the chat. This is not impersonal. All right? We're coming here collectively as a community. So I always encourage you all to chat amongst yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times I'm going to be reading whatever it is that I'm bringing. So I'm not always paying attention to the comments. So I encourage y'all to rap with each other, get to know each other. That's why we also, I don't know if y'all been on my page, but after the live or even during the live, if you have just a couple seconds, I need you to go to the profile page. I need you to go to the bio. I need you to click the link in the bio. It's going to tell you about our national convention, our first one. We're targeting Houston, August. I think it's August 7th, 8th, and 9th is the target date. So there's like a questionnaire survey type thing. Just click on the link and you'll see it gives you an explanation of what we're what we plan to do. But it's a meet and greet. All of our national conventions are going to be meet and greets. See, we're not just here just to chat online, y'all. A lot of you don't know that this goal that we have right here is going to provide new futures, new careers, you know what I'm saying, new networks, new friendships. Some of you might even find your happily ever after, because one of the things that we're going to do, which was suggested, Dr. Erica will be there as well. And she suggested, like, of all the things that we have planned, it's a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, Friday evening, all day Saturday, and Sunday morning. All right. And late Saturday, at the end of all of our daily activities and things for that day, we're going to have like a social portion. We just, sit, drink wine, just rap, get to know each other, more intimately and stuff like that. Not for the sake of hooking up or nothing like that. Just for the sake of becoming closer. We want to be friends. A lot of y'all don't know that y'all have very, very good friends in this community that you haven't met yet. Heck shit. A lot of y'all don't know that you got probably some business partners up in here that you haven't met yet. You understand? Okay? So I encourage y'all to rap with each other. You know what I'm saying? When people come in and say peace, they come in and say, hey, chat, or hey, hello, everyone. Those of you who see that, say hello back. You feel me? We're a community. There's love up in here. All right? And we're trying to bring this closer. A community of us, natural healers, natural go-getters, naturally creative, naturally with motion, and they got the heart for humanity. We are the perfect candidates to make this move. We're the perfect community of people to make this happen. Each one of us individually is capable of bringing you global change. Each one of us individually. So just imagine the impact we're going to have when we collectively come together and work together. Oh, man. It's going to be amazing. I see it. I need y'all to see the vision. This is going to be amazing. Okay? And we're going to discuss more as we go along. Our national conventions are going to get bigger and bigger. We're going to have multiple nationals. These aren't annual. There's going to be multiple throughout the year in different states. You feel me? So it's easier for people throughout the country to get there. But we want to do something to provide a means for some of our folks from other countries, because this community, it has a lot of individuals from other countries. That's why I do these early. You feel me? We're gonna do a check-in in a little while, maybe like a mid-lesson check-in. We'll do one, all right? But anyway, I seen y'all put the RAs up there, so here we go. All right, I know I'm talking to the right community of people. You all agreed, okay? I'm not mean. Let's not get that twisted. I ain't mean, and this ain't about victim blaming, but this is about pointing out problems clearly, straight to your face, accepting it. It's accepting reality and letting go of this illusion that got us all tied up and twisted up right now. You feel me? So here we go. Stop lying to yourself and lying to everybody else, telling them that you're in love with the narcissist, because you're not. You're not in love with this person. You're not. You can't even name two things that you love about them, and don't say smecks, because it wasn't as good as you think. A lot of these people was hyped up on pills or some other D-rugs, or they just got finished watching Corn so they could get themselves amped up, because they're not turned on by you. They're not turned on really by anything. They're turned on by the control that they have over you. They're controlled. They're turned on by the way that they chant spells at you and have you repeating and agreeing to these spells that they're using to cast on you while they're utilizing smecks as a means to control you. A lot of you not getting it. The narcissist has trained you to confuse intensity with intimacy. It was quick. It was thoughtless. And y'all probably was arguing and fighting like within 24 hours afterwards. Calling each other names again. Yeah, so that wasn't even good. Those so-called good times that you want to try to remember, those low-effort love bombs, which were utilized just to manipulate and control you, that wasn't legit neither. It was a game. The narcissist hates you. Let's just put it clearly. The narcissist hates you. They've consistently shown you they hate you, and they've told you they hate you probably multiple times. They meant that. You're overthinking this, and you're trying to make sense out of it. And the overthinking is a preventive measure for you to not have to accept the truth that you know this clown don't like you at all. I don't care what they've told you while they were lying to you. They hate you. They hated you when they met you. That's why they chose you, because they hated you. Nicole, they hate you because that's in their nature to hate anything good. They hate you because you have empathy and you're not using your empathy right according to them. You're supposed to be using your empathy to manipulate people. So they think you're foolish because you're not manipulating people. So they're going to mirror that, and they're going to use that to manipulate people. They're going to use you, mirror you to manipulate people and manipulate you. And I'm going to break that down too. So the narcissist hates you. You're sitting around experiencing this self-inflicted heartache. I'm going to break that down too. For somebody who's probably laid up with somebody right now. Somebody who's telling lies on you right this moment while you experiencing heartache over this same person who then showed and proved to you that they're your biggest op on the planet. They're chilling with somebody else, not even thinking about you. They're not going to think about you until they're done with all their other goofies. Narcissists have abandonment issues just like us. And the fact of the matter is they don't leave nobody. They only leave you temporarily. They will spin the block if you allow it. Absolutely. They will. They want to get you used to it, though. They want to throw you in that daggone rotation of exes that they have. They've never been single. They've never not cheated on you. They cheat on everybody. They betray everybody. They lie on everybody. They lie to everybody. They do the same thing to everybody. Stop internalizing it and stop taking it personally. Yeah. Yeah. You don't love this person for real. As a matter of fact, this person ain't even your type. I'm about to start spitting some facts, right? And all I need y'all to do is put "he ain't lying" on the screen with some light bulb emojis if you agree. You don't love the narcissist, all right? They're not even your type. Stop playing. Think I don't know? We keep it a buck over here, y'all. We ain't playing no games. Understand? Understand? We're not playing no games. I know. They're not your type. You lowered your standards because you thought this was going to be different. And the audacity of this person to be the worst, the audacity. You lowered your standards for this person. They're not even your type. So you are here lying about loving them. You lying about loving somebody who's not even your type, all right? Who you don't really love. The only reason why you're with this person is because you're afraid to be by yourself and you're comfortable with them. That's the same reason why you take everybody's crap in your life, because you're afraid to be alone. Your so-called friends, your family, all these people talk about you behind your back, betray you, laugh at you behind your back, make up lies and rumors about you behind your back, will block any resources coming to you because they don't want to see you do good. They'll sabotage any success that you have, but you stay around these people and you tolerate their nonsense because you're afraid to be by yourself. Because for some reason you think it's bad. That's a problem. I'm going to tell you another problem right now. I'm going to break down the dynamic reality. Now, understand, I'm not just pointing out problems. I'm not just going to leave you hanging right there. That ain't what's up. No. I told you I love you, and I mean that. So I'm going to point out the problem so you understand clearly what it is and call it out for what it is, but I'm also going to provide a solution. I got you. I got you. All right? Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. All right? So here's the dynamic. Here's the dynamic. When you met the narcissist, right, you wasn't even feeling them for real. That's how I know you lowered your standards. Your intuition and your gut. He ain't lying on the screen with some light bulb emojis. Don't forget the light bulbs, y'all. You wasn't even feeling them for real. Your intuition and your gut was telling you something was off with this person. But you ignored them. So during this empowerment journey, don't forget, there's a practice. There's a practice. One of the practices that you incorporate in your life when you're getting back to regaining your own trust, learning to trust yourself again. You apologize to your intuition and apologize to your daggone gut because they ain't fail you. You ignored them. But I'm going to tell you why. So that's another problem. All right? You ignored your intuition. You ignored the red flags. Another problem. I'm going to tell you why. But they can listen to the dynamic. Now, this stranger, all right, let's keep in mind that the narcissist was a stranger when you first met them. Okay? So this stranger that you wasn't even really feeling, that you probably had an argument with or some type of disagreement. He ain't lying on the screen if he ain't lying. You probably had a disagreement or argument. Some of y'all had an argument so bad that you just was like, I ain't messing with you. and you just cut them off for like some months, maybe a year or whatever. But some kind of way later on down the line, some kind of way later on down the line, they got back in touch with you and they caught you slipping. You was either bored or you was feeling lonely. So they caught you slipping, right? And they was able to come in with that low effort, daggone love bomb, probably apologize and all that other kind of stuff, but it was very, very low effort and they hooked you. Those of y'all who got it. Those of y'all who got into a debate with them, right? But you ain't cut them off. You gave them an opportunity to apologize with a very, very low effort love bomb. They hooked you. All right? So now, the beginning of the dynamic. You met a stranger. You let this stranger sell you a dream, right? And I'm laughing. You my bad. Listen, I'm laughing, right? Because listen. Let me encourage y'all with something. I promise you right now, I'm going to motivate you. I'm going to inspire you, and I'm going to educate you today. I promise, right? And those of you who have not made a definitive decision to leave the narcissist yet, I'm going to convince you that your best option, your only rational, healthy option is to leave these clowns alone. I'm going to convince you. I promise you that, all right? All right. And you're going to get to a point where you're going to think back to some of these things that these knuckleheads did, and you're going to laugh. Because it's going to be funny. You're just going to be like, man, they really went that far. They really did all that for real. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be funny. Because it's going to be so pathetic, it's going to be funny. You feel me? I promise you're going to get to this point. You're going to get over all this heartache. I'm going to help you, and it's going to begin today. All right? So the dynamic begins. A stranger sold you a dream. All right? Now, 5, 10, 15, I'm 10 years later. You so emotionally connected. He ain't lying on the screen, y'all. Don't stop with the he ain't lying. Because I know I ain't lying. You so emotionally connected to this narcissist, right? That the idea of you never being with them ever again, not achieving the things that y'all were supposed to achieve, it makes you feel sad. Put sad on the screen with some light bulb emojis. Tell the truth and shame the devil. If the idea of never ever seeing the narcissist ever again, never dealing with them again, never achieving none of y'all goals, them dreams they sold you, if it makes you feel sad, put sad on the screen with some light bulb emojis. And I'm going to start commending y'all right now. Those of y'all who putting sad on the screen, I could tell that y'all being absolutely honest. Y'all ready to heal. I can tell, because it takes honesty to admit the truth, because that's the truth. You would be lying if you said you don't feel sad in this stage. In this beginning stage of your empowerment, you would be lying if you said you ain't feel a little bit sad. Because that was your life. You came solid. You wasn't playing around. You wasn't lying. You ain't break up with them and go bounce and get with somebody else or somebody else is. Nah. You tried to figure it out and all this other kind of stuff. And you went through all the emotions and all of that because you weren't lying when you told them, I got you. You weren't lying when you believe or when you told them, we down. It's me and you. I'm committed to you. I'm faithful to you. I'm loyal to you. You wasn't lying and you kept that commitment. They the ones that dogged you. You understand? All right? So this is normal for you to feel sad. It's humane for you to feel sad. Having to abandon the whole idea, the whole idealization, the whole dream. You've literally identified, a part of you is identified with the narcissist. So when you cut these clowns off, you're literally going to have to release a part of you. There's going to be a void. I'm telling you that right now. But you're going to fill that void up with healthy things. It's just like pruning. The rotten part, the rotted part has to be cut off. So you're going to have to release a part of yourself. So that's one of the hardest parts of why did it hurt so much? Why does it hurt so much when you leave them? Because you literally have to release a part of you that has identified with these knuckleheads. You feel me? You believed them. When they sold you that dream, you believed it. That dream became a part of your future. You were locked in with this person, and you thought they were locked in with you. And it's devastating when you find out that the person that you thought you was locked in with, the person you prayed for, the person you try to figure out so you can help them because you know something wrong with them, but you just didn't know the extent of what was wrong with them. And you turn around and find out that this was your biggest op. This was the person telling all the lies and spreading all the rumors and getting all these people to hate you for nothing. Yeah, they did this to you before you decided to cut them off. Remember? They did this to you when you were loyal to them, when you were committed to them, when you was giving them the benefit of the doubt, when you was overthinking the things that you was seeing. And you was like, nah, I couldn't be, nah, they ain't like that. And come to find out, they're like that and worse. It's very devastating. I'm not going to lie. I've been through the nonsense. You get it? I even went into dark empath mode for like 2 years. Yes, I had to apologize to some people. Some accepted it, some didn't. You know what I'm saying? But that's the best I can do. You know what I'm saying? This is life. This is life. I'm not saying that people, you know, if you do somebody harm and you apologize, they just supposed to accept it. I ain't saying that at all. You know what I mean? But what else can I do? I'm not going to carry the guilt. I'm not going to kiss nobody's butt. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I told him I was sorry for that. People understand why. You know what I mean? I ain't no womanizer. I'm not the type of... And even when I was talking to a whole bunch... And there's people who can verify this. People who I've talked to. Even when I was talking to 5 or 6 or 7 different girls, I was only sleeping with one. I just would never tell them they was the only one that I was sleeping with because I didn't want them to get the idea that we were exclusive. But nah, I'm not that guy. Yeah, I'm a cool nerd. I didn't develop into no hypersexual person like people are in this culture because I grew up the ugly black kid. I didn't have no daggone girlfriends and stuff growing up. I didn't start having girlfriends until I went straight ham and went to the streets. That's when I started. But then I did a lot. I've done a lot of time in my life. A lot. I've been to adolescent mental rehabs, adolescent drug rehabs, adult mental facilities, adult rehabs. I've been to county jail for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, countless times. I did 2 penitentiary bids, one almost 9 years, the other one 2.5 years. I have not been free a lot. You feel me? So I ain't really had time to really establish that type of, you know what I'm saying? That type of daggone stable or whatever you want to call it. You feel me? All right? So it's like I'm not that, I don't get down like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have no desire because I'm not gonna be turned on by any and everybody. And everybody's not my type. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not just turned on just because it happens to be the gender, or it happens to be a woman, because I like, well, obviously, but it happens to be a woman. Like, I'm not just going to be, just because you're a female. There got to be something else about you. Like, that's it. Like, my mom and sisters is females, and I don't want them. You know what I'm saying? Like, there got to be something else about you. So I'm just not into that. It's not that I'm like claiming like I'm some goody. It's just not part of my character. It's not part of my nature. That's not how I get down. You know what I'm saying? The most girls that I've talked to is when I was in that dark empath mode. Desperate for daggone validation because I felt rejected. This knucklehead I was dealing with, any and everybody that been with that piece of filth. This chick was trash. I'm talking about straight garbage. Sewer life. Any and everybody that had that. I was feeling some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? And I was on some, man, I need some redemption. Like, I need some validation, but it wasn't right. I'm just being honest. That's what it was. You know what I'm saying? But then when I came to my senses, because one thing about going dark empath, you're still an empath. You still feel guilt. You still feel conviction. You're still not capable of just dogging people. You're not capable of making somebody cry and then just stand there and stare at them, you know what I'm saying, emotionless while they crying. You're not that type of person. That's not how you get off. You feel me? And so you're going to come back. You're going to come back. Absolutely. You're going to come back with some guilt. You're going to come back with some guilt, for real. Because you done some things for validation that you probably wouldn't do in your normal state of mind. You feel me? So there's certain things that It's not that we're excusing it, but we're properly labeling it. It was a trauma response. You feel me? It's a trauma response. And luckily, you know what I'm saying? The fact that we come back and we don't continue to live like that, it's all good. You feel me? But anyway, let's get back to this dynamic now. By your own admission, yes, set boundaries, Zen. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. That's our biggest problem as empaths. We don't have boundaries. So just like we know that these narcissists been slurs in the street physically, guess what? The reality of the situation, we've been emotional slurs in the street. Because we just let everybody get our emotions, any and everybody. The bum down on the end of the block, the clerk at the grocery store, the narcissist, so-called friends, family that don't like you. Everybody gets our energy except us. Y'all have never ever experienced the type of love that you give people who you loved. Hey, Mook, peace to you, Mookie. Thank you for coming through. Glad to see you up in here, squad. Yeah, none of you have ever received the type of love that you give to the people that you've loved. Ain't that kind of strange? That you're giving the love and you ain't never felt it. I'm going to break something else down to you right now. All right? Dig it. By your own admission, okay? By your own admission, a stranger came into your life. Your body, your intuition, and your gut were warning you. You ignored them. You let this stranger sell you a dream. Now, I'm 10 years later, you are so emotionally connected and in love with this person that it makes you feel sad. The thought of never being with them again makes you feel sad. And all they did was consistently treat you horribly. Let that sink in for a second. The only thing the narcissist did consistently was treat you horribly. So you're basically saying that a stranger, let's keep that in mind. All a stranger has to do is to come into your life, sell you a dream, treat you horribly, lie on you, lie to you, be all in the streets, lying on your name, rumors about you, blocking your resources, sabotaging your success, smearing your name, trying to ruin your reputation, want you locked up, want you to lose your job, want you to lose your place to stay, want you to lose your kids, want you to be down bad. That's all this person got to do is treat you as if they hate you and tell you they hate you to get you to fall in love with them. Madly in love at that. To the extent that you put up with all that garbage. Ain't nothing wrong with you, Trace. I ain't even going to leave you hanging right there, Trace. You just hang on. I'm just pointing out the problem. I got a solution for you, and I got a whole explanation for you, and it's a lot more simple than you even think. This is not going to be as challenging as you think. This was a whole illusion, y'all. So this is really psychological and emotional right now. Ain't nothing physical. Nothing's holding you back. Nothing's holding you there. Nothing. This is psychological and emotional at this point. Absolutely. Yes, and that's a problem. All right? And if y'all agree that it's a problem, because I still want to know if I'm talking to the right community of people. If y'all agree that it's a problem, put problem on the screen with some light bulb emojis, y'all. Problem on the screen. Listen, I always encourage a lot of engagement, right? Because after these lives, I go over all of these comments. Because my goal is to analyze and come up with data. Because my goal is to bring 100% effective lessons to you every live. In order to do that, I have to make sure that if there are any low engagement moments, I have to see why it was low engagement, tweak it, and bring it back to make sure it's high engagement. I don't want to just be wasting your time with a whole bunch of just rap. I want this to be worth your time. I want you to have your journals, have a pen or a pencil, specifically a pen. You don't want to erase anything that you wrote, and you don't want to scratch it out even with the pen. If you think it was wrong, a wrong word or whatever, put a line through it and then write what you wrote. Because a lot of times we get intuitive hits when we're not paying attention, and there may be a reason that you actually wrote that you need to pay attention to later when you go back over what you journaled. You feel me? Yes, you are an intuitive. I don't know if you knew that or not. That's one of the reasons why you were targeted. That's pretty much the primary reason why you were targeted. And that's another reason why you were not going to reach your best life without going through this. This is not a result of you just making a bad decision. And you're not just slow for staying for as long as you did. This was a part of your destiny. You had to go through this type of battle in order to get to your best life, in order for you to be developed into your best version. And I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it in a little bit. All right? Dig it. Dig it, dig it, dig it. All right? Thing is, the reason why, as that lady, I can Trace, I just seen it. The reason why, Trace, we ask ourselves what's wrong with us, because it is us. This isn't about self-blame, though. All right? It's your childhood wounds. That abandonment issue that you have, that forces you, that fear of being alone, that motivates you to deal with people who you know talk about you behind your back and laugh at you publicly, try to humiliate you, make you the butt of all the jokes in public and all that kind of stuff, but you tolerate it anyway because you have so much fear of being alone. That stems from a childhood wound. We unconsciously operate through life as adults based off of childhood wounds, and we're absolutely unaware of it. And so, this bout that you went through, this war, this battle that you went through with this daggone narcissist, all right? This was meant to activate you. It was like shaking you, like, wake up, wake up. This was meant to activate you. That's why this was the hardest one you ever been through in your life. You ain't never had nobody like this in your life before. This was the worst. Because this is the one that God allowed, because this is the one that God knew was going to activate you. See, there's changes that you're going to make as a result of this that you would have never considered if you hadn't gone through this with this knucklehead. You wouldn't even consider some of these things. Yeah. A lot of times, man, we have to be challenged in certain ways in order for our talents and abilities to reveal themselves. You have creativity stored in you. You have talents and abilities. People think you amazing now. They don't like you now. They're envious and jealous of you now. This ain't even your best version. Do y'all understand that y'all have talents and abilities in you that you don't even know yet? These things come out when you're challenged. Your whole life has been training, not punishment. It's been training. You've been training. You've had to face the challenges that you faced in your life in order for your natural abilities, your natural creativity, your natural survival skills to kick in. They had to be kicked in. And your best version is now in the process. The development of you into your best version is now in motion. It's now in motion. Because the things that you're going to have to do throughout this empowerment journey are the things that you needed to do to tweak you and to become your best version. Yeah. That's what this is about. Your best comes out when you're challenged. That's why you challenge yourself. We naturally do it. We challenge ourselves regularly. We challenge ourselves with our goals. Naturally. But a lot of times we don't challenge ourselves hard enough. It's like wanting to become a great basketball player, right? Well, you can't become a great basketball player until you play and beat the greats. You can't just play neighborhood people and just dragging them, you know what I'm saying, 40-1 and all that kind of nonsense. No, you got to play people who challenge. You have to play people better. Fighters, like boxers. To be better, you got to beat somebody better. You got to train against people. Like, how are you going, you know what I'm saying? You have to be developed. So in order for you to become your best version, you had to be challenged. God ain't leave you alone. And you weren't being punished because you made a bad decision. You weren't going to avoid this. This is part of your destiny. This was in your lane. This is one of the things that God put in your lane. Yes. Because he knew it was going to make you better. A lot of times, man, listen. A lot of times we going to choose the soft route. Especially after we done been through so many daggone battles. We are spiritual gladiators. We're warriors, man. We've been battling our whole life. Front line. War after war after war. Battle after battle after battle. Trauma after trauma after trauma. Our whole life since babies. Get tired after a while. Get tired after a while. And that's when you want to start. The time when you're supposed to go harder because you're already tired is the time when you're going to naturally want to go softer so you can rest. So God got to put them challenges in there. Like, no, you don't. No. Nah, you tired, right? Well, you just getting started. This is the time when you dig in, when your gut is hurting. For those of y'all who've I've been in the Marine Corps, right? Yeah, Semper Fi. Yes, absolutely. And salute to all my daggone fellow service people. I thank you for your service. You feel me? But one thing I learned about myself, I was thorough before I went to the Marine Corps. I could scrap. I wasn't no punk. I done been blitzed I don't know how many times, and I will still face a blitz. I don't care how many of y'all there is. If this is the only way I'm going to get out, I'm not going to run. What sense do that make? I'm going to run, be tired by the time y'all catch me. Now I ain't got no energy to scrap. We might as well just go ahead and get it on right here. You know what I'm saying? Let's just go ahead and get it over with right now. I ain't never been no punk. You know what I'm saying? But when I went to the military, I specifically chose the Marine Corps. I wanted to be a reconnaissance ranger. Special Forces Marine Corps. That's what I wanted. Some unfortunate things happened because in order to enlist, I had to alter my birth certificate. I was born in 1970. We didn't have digital birth certificates. Our birth certificates were literally written. Yes, I altered my birth certificate because I was too young. When I went in, 2 years in, I was filling out paperwork and going through the motions to ship out to Okinawa, and I wrote my right birth date. And that's when I figured out how thorough naval intelligence really is. You feel me? Yeah. See, there's certain ways that you can know if it was an accident. Like if I would have wrote that year or something, but a whole totally different year, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? So I was discharged, a general discharge under honorable conditions. Yeah, and then I spiraled after that. I ended up in prison for a body not long after that. Yeah, I spiraled. But anyway, my point is, like, I felt like a disappointment. I felt like that was my route. I ran to the Marine Corps. I ran from the streets. I was addicted to C-R-A-C-K, at 15. I was gang affiliated, jacked up, wild as heck. DEATH struck. Yes, I was extremely suicidal and homicidal. You feel me? Man, I got a testimony out this world. Y'all wouldn't believe the things that I've been through. You wouldn't even believe it. And I got receipts to prove all of it. And I got the medals. This is from a claw hammer. It's this one and this one. 2 times in the head. Bang, bang, with a claw hammer. Yeah, this one right here, smacked in the face with an aluminum bat and got blitzed. Got snuck. I got smacked in the face with somebody from behind me. And then like 10 other dudes, they all blitzed me. That's when I had to go to the hospital that time. I caught a bad one that time. But I got out the next morning. You know what I'm saying? But I caught a bad one that time. Still ain't get no broken bones though. Ain't never had no broken bones. Yeah, like I said, I done been through it. I done been poked in my stomach 5 times with an ice pick. I done been poked in my back with an 18-inch screwdriver. Almost went all the way through me. I done got stabbed through my arm. Went in here. I seen it coming, put my arm up to block it. It went through it. I seen the blade come through my arm on the other side. Been smacked in the eye with a full 40 bottle on this side. Punched in the face right here with some studded gloves. I'd have been banged up. Yeah, pow pow. Yeah, I done felt that too. Mm-hmm. And that's light work. That's light work. I could sit here probably for the next couple hours and tell y'all a story that y'all would be sitting there like, this dude was supposed to been gone from here. How in the world? Like, what? This dude got a daggone rabbit's foot, a horseshoe, and a 4-leaf clover in his pocket. Yeah, it's like that. But don't think I ain't grateful. Don't think I ain't grateful. That's why I submitted my life to the Lord. Because I know it's the Lord who saved me through all of that. Man, listen, I done been smooth set up. Smooth set up. The worst time, well, I'll say the worst time, yeah, that was the worst time. I was upstairs in the back room, right? Got set up to go to the back room in the first place. I was supposed to be going to meet somebody. I go up there, nobody in there. I'm looking around. On my way back downstairs, I could hear a bunch of people. There wasn't that many people down there when I came up here. I'm hearing cats filing in, right? And I'm hearing, I'm like, oh, what? Like I only had one heater. Man, I literally did the out the second window. Out the second window. Roll off the roof. Down to the ground. No sprained ankle, no sprained nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I was able to peel out. And while I'm looking back, while they pow, you know what I mean? I ain't even attempt to try to pow back for what? I'm just trying to get out of Dodge. And that's how I knew it was a gang of these cats. It might have been like 10 or 12 of these dudes. It was going to be ball game for bruh. You feel me? Yeah. One time I was getting banged out by a carload of cats and there wasn't nothing. I was in some bushes and a fence was in front of me. That's it. A fence and some bushes. And I ain't get hit one time. They right there in the street. I ain't get hit one time. These are no lies. These ain't no lies. I'm telling you. It was like, I'm telling you, I can remember that day like it was yesterday. I can remember like it was yesterday. It was almost like I could literally see that fire coming out them things. Yeah. And when you hear that, you know when you, I don't know how many of y'all been out there. You feel me? But when you hear that, you almost felt it. Real rap. That was close. Leaves was falling and everything. I'm telling you. Nothing. I'm literally, when they rolled off, I'm literally feeling on myself. Like, feeling like nothing. Not one. Yeah, my coat, little stuff on my coat. Because I wore baggy clothes and big coat. You know, it was wintertime. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. And when I decided to give my life to Christ, I had already evaluated everything that I've been through in my life. And there ain't no possible way that I just been that thorough to make it through all that stuff. That what I'm telling you right now is still light work. That's light work. You know how many pows I done been in? You know how many times I done had numbers on my head? Yeah, big numbers. When I was young. Oh yeah, I was a very hated individual. Believe me, very hated. Still to this day. People who hated me from way back then don't even pay no attention to these 3 decades of service. You feel me? These 3 decades of community service, of programs, of volunteer programs, volunteer service. They don't look at that. I still got people who hate me from stuff I did in the 80s. What? What? I was a knucklehead. I ain't know no better. You understand? That don't excuse it. And then you got to consider how I was brought up. And I used that stuff as an excuse when I was younger. But when I wised up, I felt extremely guilty. Man, I've done some horrible things, y'all. I can't talk like something. I've done some horrible things. All violent things. Because I was very angry. I was betrayed by the 2 people who were supposed to take care of me. The 2 people who were supposed to teach me. comfort me, take care of me, guide me into a good life, or at least guide me into a life where I could take. These are the people who damage me the most. So yes, I was very angry because it started very young. Yes, I was essayed as a toddler. Oh yeah, I ain't tell you that part. I got a picture right up there right now. 25 days old with a cigarette in my mouth. Think I'm lying? And I don't hardly lie. I lie to protect people's feelings, or I lie to protect myself. This is a baby, 25 days old. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? That's a 25-day-old baby. Who in the world puts a cigarette in a 25-year-old baby, 25-day-old baby's mouth? That's the knuckleheads I was raised by. Yeah. Essayed by females in my family as a toddler. As a toddler. Only figured it out through dreams, no lie, through dreams, and mentioned it to somebody else, and they mentioned it to the person, and that person called me with an apology, which let me know that I was right. Knocked unconscious 3 times before I was even 10 by my own father. This clown kicked me. He was kicking me one time when I was out on the floor. I only knew because my sister was crying when I woke up. She like, bro, he was kicking you. Yeah. That's what I grew up in. 7 years old, my sister 6, standing right there at the bottom of the steps. My mother come running down the steps. My grandmother go up there thankfully because when my father come down with that tray 8, get ready to do my mom in right in front of us. And he hit her. He banged her one time. If it wasn't for my grandma, he would have ended her right there. Me and my sister standing right there. He ain't even cared. He might have ended us too. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? He did set our crib on fire when we was little. And we only know he did it because he was out of the house that early in the morning, which was different. Like, my point is, y'all, what I do, my service, man, this is passion. This ain't about money. This ain't about clout. This ain't about attention. This ain't about likes. This ain't about none of that garbage. This is about passion. I feel pain. I know people's pain. I've experienced multiple levels of betrayal, multiple levels of pain. I was homeless, 13 and 14, 13 and half of 13 and 14, homeless, not bouncing couch to couch, outside, sleeping in abandoned buildings, abandoned cars, abandoned trucks. Yes. Apartment building stairwells. I know what it is. Walking past daggone restaurants, people throwing away food, and I'm hungry as heck. A kid. Nobody asked this kid that we see here all the time, is he okay? That's why I resented adults. That's what made me start a nonprofit. So I could be the type of adult that kids like that need. I could be the type of adult that I needed when I was a kid. You feel me? I'm all about help. I'm all about elevation. I'm all about helping people heal and get through hard times. So this nonsense going through this with this Miss Insignificant, this is in line with what I do. This is all the way in line with what I do. This did nothing more than add to my portfolio. That's it. This has increased my reach now. I'm very familiar with betrayal and pain. That's why I'm so relatable. That's why I'm non-judgmental. Because I understand that people out there being judged for stuff right now, they're being judged without people doing any kind of background check to figure out why. You want to call these YNs, they all this crazy and all that, but you ain't understanding a lot of these boys been touched on when they was little, and they trying to prove their manhood now. A lot of these boys are being influenced by their mamas and aunties and sisters that they got to be hard and they got to do that. I know this for a fact because I've mentored young boys. I know young boys that's out there slinging because their mama got them on the block to pay the bills because she too lazy to go get a job. I know what it is. And that's why I go after them. That's why I show love. I show love to the so-called illers. The illers, the banger-uppers, the ones that everybody afraid of. Them is the ones I love. Them is the ones I show love to. Because I know a lot of them kids got a creativity level in them that they could do something to impact the whole world if somebody would go cuff them and guide them in the right direction. But everybody's scared of them. So we just leave them expendable. Do y'all realize a lot of these young boys be as young as 8 and 9? I know. Do y'all know that? They just be big. A lot of these kids that y'all think is young YNs, like in their 20s, a lot of these be like 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. Kids who nobody thinks to maybe consider. They might be like that because they done been through some stuff. Nope. It's just easier to write them off. No, but nobody is considering like the next generation. Like who gonna take over? Who gonna take over? I don't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's like this is me. This is what I do. This is in my blood. I don't even know what else I would be doing if I wasn't doing this. I enjoy this. This makes me happy. This ain't even work to me. I'm up all night. Do y'all realize I don't even hardly sleep and it don't bother me? Still stay amped. Still stay positive. Still remain hopeful. Got faith. Got a vision. Got a goal. Got a means of execution. Do you feel me? All right. Now, I don't even know how I got off into that tangent, but whatever's whatever. I guess maybe somebody needed some encouragement. I don't know. But let's get back to the answer. All right? The childhood wound. How that affected you, right? Because you grew up in toxicity and you normalized it to escape panic, to keep your nervous system from always experiencing shock from these shocking things, the cheating, the betrayal, the I love you today, I hate you tomorrow, the police, whatever wild stuff went on in your house, your body, your mind automatically kicked into safety. And so what happened is to prevent you panicking and all that kind of stuff, you normalized it so you wouldn't panic. You did it unconsciously. And so now as an adult, guess what you find normal? Toxicity, chaos, and messiness. You're familiar with it to the extent that you feel comfortable in it. That's why you gravitate toward it. That's why you draw it to you. Because it feels comfortable. You're familiar, but it's unhealthy. It's unhealthy. And so dealing with this narcissist has activated you into a state of mind where you're more mindful. Now you're asking yourself questions that you haven't asked yourself before. Like, why in the world did I deal with that so long? Like, why? How did I even put up with that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And there are things, now you're going to find out why you put up with it. Because you normalized it. Because it's familiar. You felt literally safer. You literally feel safer in chaos than you do in quiet. When it's quiet, you talk about, yo, cousin, something ain't right, y'all. Ready to yank your thing when it's quiet. Talk about, man, something ain't right. It's too quiet. But then you'll gravitate and feel absolutely comfortable, not emotionally comfortable. Emotionally, you're being tormented. Emotionally, you're not happy at all. Borderline depressed and all of that. You feel me? Feeling like you broken. Let me explain something to you. Y'all cannot be broken. Stop saying it. Nothing about you can be broken. You've been in all kind of stuff. Listen, I done rolled over cars. I done totaled cars and walked out the accident. Yeah. A mile away when the police run up on me, asking me was I the one in the accident. The only reason they thought because I was limping and holding my arm. Yes. You ain't never broke a bone. You can't be broken. Stop saying it. You can't be broken. You could be wounded. You could be damaged or hurt. You can't be broken. It's impossible to break you. You can't. The only person that can break you is God. And God's not going to break you. He built you. You feel me? All right, so dig it. So now that we understand that even the biological changes that our body was going through to warn us. Thank y'all for tapping up that screen, y'all. Keep it tapped up. Keep it tapped up, y'all. What was I saying? The warnings that your body, the biological warnings that the fast heartbeat, the butterflies in your stomach, the goosebumps. See, we have associated that level of anxiety with intimacy. We've associated that level of anxiety, that intensity with intimacy. So when we feel that, we gonna, girl, oh my God, girl. Oh, my heart is beating so fast, girl. Oh, bro. Oh, bro, I never felt butterflies over a girl before, bro. She's gotta be the one. All that stuff right there, that's anxiety. That's your body telling you to run. Run! Run, Forrest, run! You feel? Because you've been conditioned to associate that feeling with safety. Yes. So your body remembered that vibe from a toxic person. So when you get close to that person, your body know that person toxic. We need to get out of here, right? But mentally, because you've been indirectly conditioned to normalize it, you gravitate toward it because you think these are signals that this person is for you. You feel me? But guess what? If you would just take a couple seconds to think back to the previous times when you felt that same, went through them same bodily changes, the person turned out to be toxic every single time. Yeah. So that's another thing about this ordeal that you've gone through with Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant. All right. This was to make you more mindful of your actions and your behaviors and not just rolling with stuff. Because we just mindlessly do stuff unconsciously. Yes, I say we because I used to be like that. I'm a lot more mindful of how I live now. You know what I'm saying? But when we're not mindful, we fail to continue, look back at the past examples. You know what I'm saying? We don't. All right? And so now we have this understanding now. We have this understanding that our neurons, right? We understand our neurons have been wired incorrectly. All right? Our neurons are filled with toxic, traumatic, messy teaching. We have to reteach ourselves. We have to retrain ourselves. Renee, I'm glad you asked that, but matter of fact, I'm going to adjust that right now. I'm going to get back. We need to retrain ourselves. Positive affirmations is how we retrain ourselves. We have enough clarity. We don't need closure. We have enough clarity to know that what we've been attracted to and all of that is not what we want. Now, let me get back to Renee real quick. How do we know? Listen. Good question, Renee. Good question. I love it. You on point with that question right there. And you know, you've been given a prime example of your perfect person. You just don't know it. I'm going to let you know right now. It was the potential that you saw in the narcissist. And let me explain to you what that means. You need to write this affirmation down. The narcissist is who they are, not who I thought they could be. The narcissist, Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant, is who they are, not who I thought they could be. Now let's get back to the potential, all right? Y'all fell in love with potential. Put potential on the screen with some light bulb emojis if you agree. You fell in love with potential. And if you agree, and you're going to agree after I explain it, okay? What the narcissist did, the narcissist mirrored you. Yes, the narcissist was not. That's why you have to remember the narcissist is who they are, not who I imagine they could be. Not the potential that I saw. Don't forget the light bulb emojis with them potentials, y'all. They are who they are, not who I imagine they could be. Now that potential, guess what? Guess what? The narcissist did nothing more but put up a full-length mirror in front of his or herself and reflect you back to you. And because you haven't seen you in so long, listen to this. Because you have not seen you in so long, when you saw you, you fell in love, right? You just didn't know it was you. You gave the narcissist the credit. You gave the narcissist the credit for being something that they never were. They were mirroring you back to you. and you ain't seen you in a long time. You forgot how amazing you are. You forgot how dope and thorough you really are. You forgot. So when you saw that mirror, when you saw that image of you that you associated with the narcissist, you fell in love. And to this day, you still in love with that image, and you ain't figured out yet. I hope you're getting it now. You ain't figured out yet that that image that you still having heartache over and you still in love with, that image is you. It's you. You fell in love with you characteristically. Yeah, that's your perfect partner. Somebody who is like you characteristically, not your hobbies and all of that. That's your own identity. That's what you keep. In a healthy relationship, you keep your identity, they keep their identity, and y'all still choose each other every day. All right? That's healthy. But as far as characteristically, the equal give and take part, if you got with somebody who is like you characteristically, who gonna be the first one to start the beef? Who gonna be the first one to start the first argument? Who gonna be the first one to cheat? Come on, y'all, real quick. Real quick. If you got with somebody who's characteristically like you, see, we also been conditioned by these demonic, devilish, worldly sayings. Scripture says, be not conformed to the ways of this world, but be reformed by the renewing of your mind. All right? See, we have been conditioned with this idea, opposites attract. That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Why would you want to get with somebody who's the opposite of you? And then talk about, but you look for things in common. Huh? Wait, that's a little confusing. It's kind of backwards. Oh, good. Thank you for that. I never knew you could turn off the co-host invites. I just finally got a pop-up that said it. But listen. That doesn't even make sense. Then how is y'all going to get along if y'all opposites? What? And we go with it. We got these daggone therapy coaches that's in unhealthy marriages. You just don't know it because it's behind the scenes, giving everybody relationship advice, telling people, yeah, there's going to be some days when you're not going to like your girl. Yeah, sir. You're not going to like your wife some days. Some days you're not even going to be able to stand her. Yep, lady. Some days you're not going to like her. That is the biggest bunch of garbage. I ain't never planning on not liking my girl. Are you serious right now? This knucklehead society is training you for destruction, training you for negativity and drama and chaos that don't even make sense. But we go with it. Yeah, you're going to go through some ups and downs, but y'all going to go through them together. Together. Not in opposition. You're told to opposites attract, but find people with things in common. That doesn't, like I said, it doesn't even make sense. And unfortunately, a lot of us aren't mindful enough to think about that. We're not free thinkers. That's another thing I promote. Stop going with the crowd, man. I happily go against the crowd. I don't care if there's 10 trillion people standing over on that side and they're all agreeing to the same thing and I wholeheartedly believe is wrong. Guess what? I'm going to be standing over here and say, I don't care what y'all talking about. I believe what I believe, period. I stand on mine, period. Nobody's going to force me through fear, through bullying, you know what I'm saying, through ganging up. Because let me tell y'all, let me give y'all a quick example. I'm heavily into social experiments, right? Very heavy. Because they're deep. They're very deep. And the last one that I remember, right? It was a classroom. I can remember a lot of them, but I'm going to give you this one. It was a classroom setting, right? There were 20 students and one instructor, right? There were tables with chairs, which were the desks, and there was a big screen up in the front, right? Now, mind you, there's only one person who's being tested. Everybody else is paid. They work for the government or whatever, right? Taylor gang in the building, Tally. I seen that, Tally Berry. What's up? Yes, we're going to have a hard time dealing with that coach. We're gonna be rooting for a team and cussing the coach out, Tally. That's going to be a hard one. Oh, that's going to be a hard one. To have to deal with that coach. Woo! That's a hard pill to swallow right there. But anyway. All right. So the social experiment, right? The instructor and 19 of the people, the so-called students, were all paid. So they're all in on it. There's only one person that's unsuspecting, right? So dig. Everybody comes in, sits down, right? The instructor gives these unnecessarily extensive instructions on this thing. See, on the screen, there's a simple square. Nothing elaborate, no other designs. It's a white screen with a square in the middle. Simple 90-degree angles. Simple. But this instructor's like, now I want you to really study the image that you see. Before you write it down, don't go with your first. Study the image. I'm like, huh? So dig. So he goes around the class asking each person what they saw. Circle, 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 circle. By this time, the dude in the back, the one who's unsuspecting, he's looking around and he's looking at the screen like, what am I not seeing? Right? Goes on. Circle, 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 circle 18, circle 19. Guess what this dude said when they got to him? Somebody please just put it on the screen. What do you think he said? What do you think his answer was? Yes, Carly. Yes, Jamie Lynn. Yes, Lavonda. Sade. Yes. Do y'all realize that that's how they bully us? With false statistics and false this and false that, and they make everybody believe, or everybody else is doing it, so I might as well do it too. I don't want to go against the grain. We will accept some nonsense that we don't believe in because we're afraid to be rejected. We're afraid to not be accepted. That is garbage. I've been dolo since I've been a little boy. I'm absolutely comfortable with chilling with me. When I'm with me, I'm with the most thorough person I know. I'm with the person I know I could trust 100%. So I refuse to be bullied into going against what I believe. I refuse to be bullied into accepting some nonsense that I stand against. I ain't that dude. I ain't scared. I don't have no fear. I ain't afraid of nothing except the wrath of God. That's it. I ain't afraid of nothing else. I ain't afraid to get beat up. I ain't afraid to lose. I ain't afraid to be alone. I ain't afraid of none of that. Nope. For what? To be hindered? To be hindered. Which means that I ain't operating. See, my life, I dictate my life. I dictate my life. I do what I want. Most do what they can. No. I dictate my life. I won't be bullied into nothing. I'm a rebel by nature. Jesus was a rebel. I don't know if y'all knew that or not. I'm not going to be forced out of fear, out of ignorance. Even with this nonsense, with this Mrs. Insignificant. You feel me? I don't need nobody else to tell me something was wrong with me. And I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to figure out why I keep on thinking about this knucklehead. I'm going to figure it out why I took this personally. See, because when I came to my senses, the fact of the matter is my value is not dictated by the narcissist's behavior. That narcissist behavior says absolutely nothing about me. What did that have to do with me? Somebody who's a free-for-all, who any and everybody that had and any and everybody could get with, what does that have to do with me? When I found out about it, I bounced. The losers found out about it, and they were anxious to hook up with her. And you better than me. You better than me. I found out it's filth, and I move away from it. You found out it's filth and get hyped and anxious to get with it. That's like somebody standing outside your house and you bring out the smelliest, slimiest, most disgusting bag of trash that you've ever had. And you're going to throw it in the trash can. I mean, the trash truck. And you got somebody outside. And when you throw it to go in the trash truck, they snatch it and look at you and boast and run away with it as if they've got something. They just really took your trash. They took what you've thrown away. And they think they got the ups on you? Wait. So you got my trash. Something that I threw away. Something that I don't want. And you... Anyway, let's move on. All right? Because it don't make no sense to me. Like, how are you... Like, there's individuals, right? Who are with y'all, Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant, thinking they got the ups on you. Huh? How you get the ups on me when you came and took trash? You came and got something that I was throwing away. Anxiously throwing away. That's how you know the mentality of these people is straight loser. You know the mentality is straight lame. Because you anxiously want to get with somebody who gets with anybody. And then brag that you got with them. That's straight loser mentality. That's lame. And the reason why these people feel good about it is because they surround themselves with lames. They all do lame stuff. So nobody's really checking these goofies. You feel me? But these are the low life individuals, right? These are sewer life individuals, straight lames and losers that you worried about them laughing at you. Why would you care? Why are you trying to defend yourself from lies that your ops, from people who are beneath you, tell about you? These people talk about you every day when you ain't even thinking about them. Some of these people, you don't even know them. You've never even met these people personally. And they keep your name in their mouth. They're only heard when they're talking about you. People only pay attention to them when they're talking about you. It's weird. These are people that we need to just, when we walk away from that knucklehead, the only thing that we're remembering is the narcissistic behaviors, traits, and patterns. That individual is insignificant. They've always been insignificant. They're insignificant to the world. That's why they have to pretend to be somebody else to be seen. These are the most pathetic people on the planet. Their whole life is a performance. They can't even get up out of the bed and face life without pretending to be somebody else. How pathetic is that? And they pretend to be superior. You, on the other hand, have been attacked. Unwarranted, unjustified attack since you've been a baby for being you. Yet and still, you still show up every day as you. Boldly. Courageously. You still show up every day. You don't hide behind a mask. You don't pretend to be somebody else. You don't lie about who you are. These people are so pathetic, they believe their own lies. They believe it. They literally believe. That's why they're able to tell these lies and do these performances without conviction, because they literally believe it. Like, these are mental patients. This is what I'm trying to make you understand. These are mental patients. Yeah. These are people who suffer from arrested development. Psychologically and emotionally, they're like 8 or 9 years old. You were really dealing with a kid. You were expecting adult equal give and take from a kid. You were expecting something from someone who is too psychologically and emotionally immature to provide it. They are incapable of providing what you require. Even the simplest things that you require. Like honesty. They're incapable of being honest. Something simple as that. They can't tell the truth. It's just something in them. They don't know how to tell the truth. They'll only tell half of the truth if it's going to get them some attention, some clout, some money, or out of trouble. They're never accountable. Nobody ever really knows a narcissist. Nobody knows their many different faces. They fool everybody. Some of they flying monkeys are going to be just as devastated as you were when they found out about them. They've been lied to for years too. Yeah, I'm helping to ease some of this pain, hitting y'all off with some reality. Because what you're missing, that question up there, why it hurts, why does leaving the narcissist hurt so much? Because of a lack of knowledge, a lack of true understanding, a lack of true perspective. You're hurting because you're missing you. You just don't know it's you. You're hurting because you love you. You just don't know it's you. You've given the narcissist credit for being you. So now you're throwing unnecessary emotions toward this person when they should be coming to you. I don't know if you're really grasping this. That potential that caused you to fall in love with the narcissist, that potential was you. That was a reflection of you. They pretended to be like you. And you fell in love with that. As a matter of fact, they were so good at mirroring you, you threw a cherry on top. See, just like narcissists shadow project, meaning throwing all their dirt, all that closet, all that stuff in their closet, they throw it on you or somebody else and then attack them. We empaths, when we're not healthy, when we don't have boundaries, we have a tendency to light project. Meaning we give because of the potential that we see, we give them even more credit. We give them so much of the benefit of the doubt that they don't even have to be what we believe that they are. We do all of it for them. They don't have to be it. We just see them as that. We even tell people that if I could just love them the right way, if I could just treat her good, she's just been treated bad, bro. I'm just gonna treat her better. If I could just love her right. Nah, these people too far gone. And why would you even want them? For real, for real. Why would you want them? Listen, man, if y'all dealing with a narcissist between like 35 and 40, man, this is not even embellishing. Between 35 and 40 years old, man, they done caught maybe 200, 300, 400 bodies. And that's probably even light work. These people catching bodies daily. Multiple bodies sometimes. They done been ran through. Why would you want somebody like that? For what? What benefit? Why would you want somebody? By the time, if you receive somebody like that, you know they so psychologically jacked up, emotionally confused, they are worthless to you. Worthless. Right now, when you detach from these people, you're losing nothing. There's nothing you're losing except negativity. You ain't losing nothing of value because they brought no value. They are of no value. These are the lowest level individuals. I'm talking about the lowest lives, the sewer life individuals. And y'all sitting around giving them credit for you. Y'all sitting around because that potential that you saw, you didn't associate, you ain't seen you in so long, you ain't even realized it was you and you fell in love. Heavy. You're not in love with them. You're in love with you. You're in love with somebody who's like you characteristically. The same mirrored image. The things that you think you love about the narcissist. Those are the characteristics of your perfect person. They act like saints because that's the pretend role they have to play to be. It gets them attention. Rises, XHB, STF. It gets them attention. That's why they act like saints. They're never accountable. Never. They never take blame for anything. Anything. If they ever take blame, it's only going to be half blame. And it's only going to be because they don't have no other way out of it. If they can't lie their way out of it, they're only going to take some of it. They're never going to be fully accountable. They're not mature enough. You're dealing with children. How many 8 and 9-year-olds do y'all know that's honest about their wrongdoings? They're going to deny everything. Yeah. That's why they act like saints, because they're really demons. So they want people to believe that, just like the devil tries to portray himself as an angel of light. Yeah. Absolutely. Churn. They churn. Elena said churn. Yeah. Where are you from? North Carolina or South Carolina? Or somewhere down south? Talk about some churn. Them chaps. Yes. We were dealing with a child. Alright? Alright, y'all. I'm about to get into the lessons. Yeah, believe it or not, I ain't even got into the lessons yet. I'm about to get into the lessons, y'all. But listen, I wanna point this out again. Yes, I have the copies, y'all. I have the copies. Workbook form, right? And you can see I left a lot of room for notes and journaling and things of the sort. There's this right here. Yeah, this is what you need. Breaking the trauma bond, I'm telling you. This is what you need. This is the truth right here. Okay? And I'm going to read some out of it real quick. Just a little something. Okay? How about, I'm going to just read a little bit of chapter 1. All right? Chapter 1, y'all. Chapter 1. What narcissistic abuse really is. No, matter of fact, what was that? There's a reason why I wanted to talk about one specific part. I'll just go through the whole thing. Just some of it. Like half. Yeah. I'll just read this one in a little bit of the next page. What narcissistic abuse really is. Many survivors leave narcissistic relationships confused, blaming themselves, thinking, maybe I'm too sensitive. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I didn't try hard enough, right? This confusion is not accidental. This is part of the process, all right? Narcissistic abuse is a repeated pattern of emotional control that erodes your sense of reality while shifting blame onto you. Okay? So, Dave, the role of childhood wounds, right? Empaths are often vulnerable because of early emotional conditioning. Early emotional conditioning. All right? Neglect or conditional love. You may have learned that love must be earned, not freely given, right? Parentification, right? Caring for a parent's emotional needs early can teach you that your own feelings are secondary. I know that's huge for a lot of y'all in here right now. Trauma imprinting. Inconsistent or chaotic caregiving can make your nervous system crave intensity. And emotional highs, even if it's unhealthy. You need to get this book. It's only $30. Message me. $30 is a very, very, very small investment into you becoming your best version. You understand? This is a very, very small investment. Just like any of the downloads that I have on my page. All right? So message me if you're interested. Message me. Okay? As a matter of fact, I'm sending them out now. I got a stack of them over here, and I got a couple more right here that I got to put in envelopes and get them out, all right? So message me if you're interested, all right? Also, don't forget, if you haven't gone to my page and you haven't seen the flyer on my page, don't even worry about it if you haven't seen it. Simply go to my page, go to the bio, click the link in my bio, right? That link is going to give you information to our first national conference, our first national global empowerment group conference, okay? It's a national meet and greet. I told you, we're not just going to limit our community to here online. We're literally taking this into the world, okay? We're literally going to do this, all right? So go on there, click the link, right? Click the link, and it'll give you all the information. And it's targeted. Our target location is Houston, Texas, right? August 7th, 8th, and 9th. It's a 3-day event. Man, we're gonna have a ball. We already got the events, the ideas, and we're gonna have like a Saturday evening sort of social, like a wine drinking social, where we just sit around, drink some wine and just bust it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? To make it a little casual. We don't want everything to be therapeutic and clinical. We want it to be fun. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be fun. All right? A lot of us haven't had fun in a long time. Okay? It's going to be fun. There's going to be travel and lodging packages available. And eventually we're going to come up with a ticket price. We don't know. That's what the survey and all that stuff is for. So if you will please, please, please go to my page. Go to the link in my bio and go through check it out and see what it is. A lot of you are going to actually attend. We will be meeting in August. A lot of you, I will be meeting you in August in Houston. All right? All right, y'all. So let's get with the lessons. All right? All right? Listen, if you're learning some valuable healing information so far, if you are learning valuable healing information up until this point, please put VHI on the screen. VHI on the screen with some light bulb emojis if you're learning some valuable information up until this point. It's all good sharing. Birchall, it's all good because guess what? That's the reason why I do these early lives, because I have a huge support coming from that region, okay? Specifically UK. There is future plans, ain't nothing in stone yet, but there are future plans to have our national, at least one of our multiple, probably one of the 4 national conventions that we have it overseas, have it in a different country so that we can incorporate our folks, because there is a lot of support in this community from Greece, UK, Spain, France, South Africa, Ghana, New Zealand, the Netherlands, you know what I'm saying? Sweden, Ireland, you know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. We're already global. We're not, people are like, we're already doing it. You know what I'm saying? We're already global. So my point is we want to incorporate these people too. And for the future plans are to be able to have enough funds. We be able to have gotten into a position in this whole project to where we have enough funds to provide at least a few, like maybe 2 or 3 travel assistance packages for 2 or 3 different countries where we have the heavier population of support. But it's something that we'll roll it out. We're slowly but surely, one step at a time. You feel me? Absolutely, Destiny. There's a lot of good men left. Let me explain something to y'all. All right? When we come to the understanding, right, that we've normalized, we've been indirectly indoctrinated to be comfortable with chaos, that means our picker is broke. Right? Our picker's broke. Right? And so when your picker is broke, right? Not only are you picking wrong partners, you're picking wrong everything. Yeah. Your friends are toxic. The family members that you hang around with are toxic. The co-workers that you cool with is toxic. Even sometimes some of y'all careers is toxic. The places y'all hang are toxic. You feel me? And so we will have a tendency to believe that the whole world is toxic when it's not. We've just Dandy Hand. I'm in Pennsylvania, near Pittsburgh. So we have a tendency to believe because we have our whole world consists of bad decisions, basically. All right. We didn't exercise this broken picker. So our world is composed of pretty much all toxic people and things. Your cutoff game gonna have to be cold, because you're gonna have to cut off a lot of people. Because most of the people in your life is toxic. Most of the people you feel comfortable with being around are toxic. So you haven't been around good men. What you've been attracting to you are toxic men. What you've been gravitating toward are toxic men, because this is what's been familiar. You've ignored the good men because they wasn't intense enough. They wasn't toxic enough. They ain't bring enough noise. So you ignored the good guys. You know what I'm saying? Because they were too quiet. They were too boring. You know what I'm saying? You needed that intensity because you've been indoctrinated with the idea that love is intense. It's not. Love is calm. It's stable. It's predictable. That toxic love is unpredictable. You got caught up in the cycle of punishments and rewards due to being indoctrinated to unpredictable rewards. You feel me? But absolutely, what do you mean? There's some good men up in here right now. Some good dudes up in here. Solid. They ain't in the streets. If they got jobs, they go to work, go home. If they got a business, they work their business. They at the crib. They treat their kids good, take care of the kids. They gonna take care of their woman when they get one. There's a lot of good dudes up there. Absolute. Thank you for that, Speedy YG. Yeah, narcissism is not a gender, it's not a race, it's not any of that. It's a behavior, period. And that's why we have to learn the behavior. The individual is insignificant. Stop trying to figure them out because you never figure them out. The only thing you needed to figure out is their behavior and their traits. That way, once you recognize the behavior and the traits, you'll recognize it in everybody. Because listen, a lot of y'all have a tendency to blame the person, the gender that you were dating. For instance, ladies, y'all will have a tendency to believe all men are toxic and narcissistic, and your best girlfriend is narcissistic. Your closest homegirl or your closest female family member then slept with that narcissist and you still ain't found it out yet. Gentlemen, the same thing. Y'all will have a tendency to say all women is toxic, all women is messy. And the homies that you hanging with then smashed your girl. You just ain't never found out. Don't be so quick to point the fingers. Pay attention to the behavior. Pay attention to the traits. Don't pay attention to the gender or the age. Yeah, I've actually gotten a message one time from a guy. He was 66 years old. He was dealing with a woman that was 66 years old as well. They had been together for 5 years, and he said that she was displaying narcissistic behaviors, sleeping around, disrespectful. Like, who in the world is 66-year-old? What? Granny, you ain't ready to settle down yet, Grandma. You still in the streets. There is no age. It don't matter. These people will forever be 8 or 9 years old, no matter how old their body get. It's wild. It's wild. Aloha, Raspaljatkis. Is that how you say it, or is that 2 words? And obviously you from Hawaii. There's another lady in here from Hawaii. Free your cat. I ain't seen her in a minute, though. Speedy YG, you know why? The worse they are, the older they are. Because they are desperate by that time. Everybody has figured them out by that time. See, narcissists go through narcissistic karma between 40 and 50 where everybody is figuring them out. They're facing consequences, people cutting them off, people leaving them on red. So now they got to go recruit a whole new stable of flying monkeys. That's why you'll find these people when they're 60s and 70s and none of their friends is like older than 2 years old, meaning they don't have old friends from back in the day because they done already burnt out on bridges. All their friends is brand new. Yeah. That's the end for a narcissist. Everybody ends up leaving them alone. They end up alone. That's their greatest karma, to have to sit by themselves with themselves. Nobody to believe their lies anymore. Nobody to validate their lies anymore. Yeah, these people end up very, very down bad at the end of their life. They don't end their lives good. Not at all. And they still never change. They go to the grave being that same promiscuous, filthy, sewer life, lying, cheating individual. They don't ever change. Don't be fooled. That's like saying the devil can repent. Real rap. Don't be fooled. They'll only pretend to change when it's to their benefit, when it's to avoid some kind of consequences or manipulate you. They don't believe there's anything wrong with them to change. I personally believe the people who are so-called reformed narcissists. Some of them I think were dark empaths. I don't think they were straight up narcissists. I don't personally believe a narcissist who has never developed empathy from infancy can develop empathy as an adult. Nah. Don't you believe it? I don't believe it. I will never, ever, ever believe a narcissist has been reformed. I don't care. I don't believe it, and I never will. These are demons. That's like saying a demon. They may be able to be reformed if they get that demon out of them, but they like that life. They like that filthy life. They love it. That's why they run to it. That's why they ain't never going to change. Morality on the fader, Darius. Yeah, they don't have any more morality. They have no morals, no moral gauge, no scruples. They will do anything for attention, money, and clout. Anything. Outside, with animals, in front of a group of people, with a group of people. They'll do anything. They have no boundaries. None. No scruples whatsoever. None. These are people that don't even deserve to be around you. Yeah, it's embarrassing. That's one thing you're going to experience, of feelings of embarrassment that you were ever even associated with these individuals. It's sickening. It's a sickening feeling. And if y'all still messing around sleeping with these people, you better stop. This is your warning right now. You better stop. I'm telling you, these people sleeping with anybody unprotected. They don't even care if they got a daggone, if they're infected. They don't care. These people are so goofy and such crash outs and so obsessed that they will get infected on purpose just to infect you if they think you're dealing with somebody else, just so you can infect that person. This is how weird these people are. They go to these extents. They go to these extents to do weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? Your best bet is to get away from these clowns. Real rap. Just get away from them. All right, y'all. Let's get started. My bad. All right, it's very clear after going through my live comments or post comments, but more specifically through the one-on-one coaching, that there is a consistent conclusion I've drawn, right? A consistent conclusion. Now, I'm not going to tell you. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm not even going to read all that part. I'm going to start off with that because I'm looking at the time and I want to get through this, okay? I'm going to get through this, and I talked enough already. All right, so we're going to start off like this. Dr. Ramani Devasula. I always have references, y'all. Dr. Ramani Devasula, a leading clinical psychologist specializing in narcissistic mistreatment or abuse, explains that empaths love in 3D, meaning they connect emotionally, spiritually, and energetically. Narcissists, however, love transactionally. All right? This means the empath's deep emotional investment was met with manipulation rather than mutual care. Okay? When the empath finally understands that the love that they thought was sacred, excuse me, y'all. When the empath finally understands that the love that they thought was sacred was used as a means of control, it shatters their sense of emotional safety and identity. It was devastating when you found out that this person was who they are. It blew your mind. You couldn't even get it. Raquelita, that's a nice name right there, Raquelita. The past still hurts, yes, until you get an understanding of what it is. Until you get an understanding of what it is. Because it's a self-inflicted, illusionary hurt. It's an illusion. The person that you're missing is you, characteristically. You're just giving the narcissist the credit for it because they put you in front of you and you thought it was them. You're going to get past that pain, though. You're going to get past that pain, I promise. All right? Dr. Judith Orloff, psychiatrist and author of The Empath Survival Guide, describes this moment as the heartbreak of awakening. The moment that you face reality and snap out of it, that's the heartbreak of awakening, right? That's the terminology that Dr. Judith Orloff utilizes, right? The empath isn't just grieving the loss of a partner. They're grieving the ending of the illusion that love alone could not heal or reach the narcissist, right? You are on a dummy mission. You can't love nobody out of no psychological disorder. And you can't love nobody who's unlovable. Narcissists aren't interested in your love. They're interested in your attention, your focus, your submission. You make them feel superior. They don't care nothing about you. They don't like you. Remember? They hate you. Keep that in mind. Every time you sit around and you start daggone romanticizing them low effort love bombs, you remember to tell yourself, this person that I'm thinking about hates me. Blatantly. That's a blatant affirmation. Every time you start ruminating and thinking about that knucklehead, Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant, remind yourself that this person that I'm thinking about hates me. This person I'm thinking about is a liar. EMDR is eye movement desensitization. Eye movement desensitization, regret something. What is that? Eye movement desensitization, reprocessing. Eye movement desensitization, reprocessing. And what it is it's like a distraction type therapy, right? It's for people who suffer from like PTSD and people who have really, really violent reactions or negative reactions to past traumas. What it is one of the practices called tapping, right? And what you do is when you're thinking about that thing that causes a negative reaction in your life, you start this tapping process 10 times on each shoulder while you're thinking about it, right? 10 times on each shoulder while you're thinking about it, right? Because what it is the tapping distracts you. It softens the blow of the traumatic thought. Okay? It softens it. It eases the blow of it because it's distracting. You're being distracted by this other tapping. So that traumatic PTSD thought that may cause a spiral effect, I don't know. It causes some type of negative effect that it needs to be addressed. So instead of it hitting you like boom, it doesn't hit you like that. It eases in because you're distracting yourself now while you're thinking about it. You're not feeling the full effect of it. And when you practice that long enough, it becomes a habit, and that it eases. Well, the intention is for it to ease that the impact of that traumatic thought. Yeah, it's very deep. It's very, very deep. All right, dig. Where we at here? Heartbreak of the... All right, the empath isn't just grieving the loss of a partner. They're grieving the ending of the illusion that love alone could heal or reach the narcissist. For an empath who defines themselves by compassion and connection, this feels like a soul wound. You feel like you failed. You were so obligated. You feel like you failed. It was a dummy mission. You weren't going to do that. You weren't going to love this clown out of that mental illness they got. This is a mental patient. They need to be locked away in an asylum somewhere. Real rap. All right? All right, so dig it. Here we go. We're getting into why it hurts so deeply. My first answer to why it hurts so deeply is perspective. It's perspective. Right? Because you're misdirecting the source of the hurt. Or you're misinformed, I should say, in regards to the source of the hurt. You think it's the narcissist. It's not. This is what I'm trying to make you understand. You're not missing the narcissist. You're missing the potential. You're missing the illusion, the idea of what they could be. And that potential and that illusion of what they could be is you. They mirrored you. You fell in love with them. You fell in love with you. They pretended to be you characteristically. That's what you fell in love with. That is your forever, that's your happily ever after. Somebody who's characteristically like you. It's a simple answer and it's clearly demonstrated. Clearly. Because you're not going to convince me that that heartache feeling that you have is for the narcissist. There's no way you're going to tell me that you feel a sense of heartache from somebody who's dogged you the way they dogged you. Are you serious right now? No, you're continuing to believe in that potential. You're still in love with that potential. That potential was a mirror of you. The 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 potential was a mirror of you. Write that down as an affirmation so you continue to repeat it to yourself. The potential was a mirror of you. It wasn't them. They showed you who they are. They're not the same. The potential that you fell in love with is not the same as the behavior that they showed you. They're not the same person. The potential that you fell in love with was you. That's not the narcissist. You clearly see that's not the narcissist. So how do you keep giving the credit to the narcissist when you clearly see that they're not the same? Hello, Akira. Peace to you. 1624. Hope you're having a great day today. Yeah. How do you keep on giving the narcissist credit for the potential when they've shown you clearly over and over and over and over and over and over and over, cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle? Love bomb, devalue, ghost, then come back. Love bomb, devalue. Peace to you, Queen TT. Glad to see you back up in the building. I hope you're doing well. Love bomb, devalue, ghost, then come back. Y'all know the cycle. Put cycle on the screen with light bulb emojis. You know the cycle. They've consistently shown you. You have absolute clarity. You're only overthinking because you don't want to face the reality of the fact that that person is not who you thought they would be. The potential that you fell in love with was you. The potential that you fell in love with was you. They've shown you it wasn't them. We got to start seeing clearly at this point. We really got to start seeing clearly at this point. Because now this is becoming a hindrance. It's a burden. It's a distraction. Which is why you got to get past it, because you got work to do. Okay? You got work to do. So why it hurts so deeply? Because of your perspective. That's the answer. That's why it hurts so deeply. Yeah, I'll give you some clinical explanations as to why it hurts so deeply. But the bottom line is your perspective. You're giving credit to somebody who don't deserve it. That's the simple answer. You're giving credit to somebody who doesn't deserve it. And they've shown you they don't deserve it consistently. So stop. How about that? Stop. Stop. Stop giving them credit that they haven't earned. Stop you're forcing yourself to believe that that potential is them. Stop. Stop it. Put stop it on the screen right now. Let's activate it. Let's speak it out into existence. Say it out loud right now as you're typing it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. How about that? Stop it. Cut it out. Stop giving them your credit once again. Do y'all see the dynamic here? You're giving them your credit again. They tell your jokes. They pretend to be, they mirror your personality to be impressive with other people. You protect their image. Yeah, you protect their image when you use soft words like mistreatment instead of abuse. Yeah. Yeah, when you keep it a secret. Some of y'all, it got so toxic that when you was with your friends and they was with their friends, y'all couldn't even, if y'all bumped into each other, y'all couldn't even speak. We just with each other last night, and you can't even speak because your group and their group believe that y'all ain't talking no more. That's how toxic it got. But there's a quote. I can't remember who quoted it. It was some doctor that quoted it. Is that if you have to hide it, it's costing you more than it's earning you. If you have to hide it, it's costing you more than you're benefiting. I wish I could remember which. It's a doctor, a quote from a certain doctor. It's a shame I can't remember exactly which one, because I read up on a lot of doctors, therapists, neurosurgeons, all that kind of stuff. Neurologists, I meant to say. But yeah, if you have to hide it, it's costing you more than it's actually gaining you. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. So let's get into the clinical part, but I just told you why. It's your perspective. You're giving credit to somebody who don't deserve it. So stop it. All right. Here's the clinical explanation. Number one, it attacks the empath's core identity. It hurts so deeply because it attacks your core identity, right? Specialists explain that empaths often see their ability to love deeply as their superpower. All right? We often look at our ability to love and be empathetic as our superpower. We always Captain Save-A-O. You know what I'm saying? Always. Males and females. All right? Realizing that this love wasn't recognized or reciprocated makes the empath question our own worth and intuition. We let this person with their raggedy sewer-like behavior, their filthy, undisciplined, trifling, free-for-all, slimy, loser, lame behavior, we let that dictate our value? Because we failed to get this person to do the right thing, we lacking. This person who's done this repeatedly, over and over for decades. This person who's done the same thing they did to you, to the person previous to you, and the person previous to that, and the person previous to that, and the person previous to that. This person who has shown consistency in being demonically possessed. This person who's showing consistency in being a mental patient. This is the person that you feel as though you failed. How in the world was you supposed to do that? Your love? Your love. You took on an obligation that was a straight dummy mission. It was a mission impossible. And you're still sitting around feeling like you failed. Because some of y'all still feel like y'all could love them right. Don't lie. Don't lie. There's some of y'all still got hope. Some of y'all still praying they change right now. Don't lie. But what I need you to stay focused on, regardless of whether they change or not, how in the world would you literally be able to trust it? How long would it take you to really be able to trust them again? How long would it really take for you to be comfortable with them leaving the house and you not thinking that they talking to somebody else? How long do you think it would take for you to be comfortable and trust them when they go in the bathroom and they don't leave their phone out? They take their phone. How long would it take? And how much more time are you willing to invest in this person? How long? How long do you really think that it would take them with consistent behavior to honestly get you to trust them again? So my point is, if they came back into your life and they did change, honestly, how long do you think it would take for you to actually trust them again? Or do you even believe that you'd ever be able to? Every single thing they do would look suspicious. It would not be a healthy relationship. You will always be questioning their behavior. You will always want to check their phone. You would still be stressing out when they ain't in your face. You would gain nothing. Like, what do you really think that you would get? Even if they did change, like, what do you think you would really benefit from getting back with this person? Honestly. What do you think you benefit? Redemption? Validation? So this is an ego thing. This is about your ego at this point. Take the L. Take the L. Because it wasn't no loss. It was a lesson. Take the L. You'd be better off. I'm telling you. You'd be much better off. All right? Realize. Oh, wait. We stopped trusting our gut, y'all. All right? We stopped trusting our gut. But you got to understand that you were lied to. All right? Your gut wasn't wrong. You were bamboozled. You were gaslit. All right? All right? They're just great liars. And they're very, very sneaky. Number two. It hurts so bad because it invalidates years of emotional labor. You feel like you've invested too much time. I done been here all this time. I might as well stay now. Seriously. Imagine somebody in prison. Right? Imagine somebody in prison. My longest bid was 8 years, 11 months, and 17 days. That was my longest bid. Right? Imagine. Yo. Imagine me saying, after they come and be like, yo, Taylor, Lee, pack up. And I say, nah, CO, guess what? Bruh, since I'm already here, I might as well just stay here. What? Since I'm already in hell, I might as well just stay here. What sense does that make? That means that you are defeated at that point. You are defeated at that point. Hey, MDA. Now I'm gonna let you slide because you look mad young, and you put Papa, and so I know that may be your language. You may be Spanish origin or something like that. So I'll let you slide. Yeah, if you would have put POP, we'd have had a problem. But I hope you had a good day today, MDA. Thank you for speaking to bro when you come up in here too. I appreciate that. Yeah, real rap. So make me understand. And let me tell y'all something else. I don't know if y'all know it or not, right? I know you're so hyper-focused on the fact that you think you lost time. You don't even know what your end date was. God does. And guess what? I'm absolutely certain that God does. All that time that you spent, not wasted, you spent with the narcissist, he'd attack that onto the back end. I honestly believe that. I honestly believe that in my life, the years that I spent learning and training were not wasted years. Those are years that God tacked on to the end. Divine Sisters Official is so hard. What do you recommend? Snapping out of an illusion and getting into reality, Divine Sisters. You must have just now came in here, right? I just now simply explained that what you love about the narcissist is potential. The narcissist never showed you anything legitimate. Nothing. The narcissist consistently showed you that they hate you, though. They consistently showed you that they have no level of respect for you. Consistently. But they've never shown you anything to earn any of that potential. That potential that you're in love with, that idea of who they are. First of all, write this affirmation down, Divine Sisters Official. The narcissist is who they are. Not who I hope they would be. Not who I imagine they would be. The narcissist is who they are. You fell in love with potential. But the narcissist behavior has clearly shown you that they are not the same. That potential that you fell in love with is not the narcissist. All right? That potential that you fell in love with was a mirrored image of you. The narcissist mirrored you back to you. You have not seen yourself in so long that you fell in love as soon as you saw that potential. But that potential is not the narcissist. The potential that you're in love with is you, a reflection of you. You don't love the narcissist. You love the potential. So the only thing that you could do, the only thing you have to do to get over this, Divine Sisters, what I recommend is to get in proper perspective. View this as from the proper perspective. Understand, you've seen it clearly. Your image of them is not what they've displayed. So you already know that the potential that you fell in love with is not them. The potential is you. You fell in love with a mirrored image of you. Not the narcissist. That's not the person. I want to reiterate. The potential that you think about, the image of the person you think about when you think about what you love is not who they show up as. So this is about snapping out of the illusion and getting into reality. An avoidant, KG, I don't think an avoidant is a personality type. I say that all the time. Yes, narcissists and empaths aren't the only personality types. They're just two of many. But narcissists and empaths are always discussed dually because the narcissists specifically target empaths. Avoidant is a personality trait, in my opinion. It's not a... Empaths can be avoidant. Yeah, we're avoidant when we avoid the truth. When we're overthinking. We're avoidant when we refuse to see the reality of the narcissist behavior. So I personally believe avoidant is a personality trait. I don't think it's a personality type. Everybody has narcissistic tendency, birds flying high. Everybody has you got narcissistic tendency in your dark side. Absolutely. You just don't choose to operate that way. Narcissistic tendencies are simply the dark nature of human beings. Yes, it's the dark nature of human beings. It's your demon side, if you want to call it that. Everybody has narcissistic tendencies. Everybody. We just choose to operate in light because we know the repercussions of behaving that way. We don't want to hurt people. We don't want to steal from people. We don't want to be liars. We don't want to be cheaters. But we have the potential to. That's why there's a such thing as a dark empath. A dark empath is someone who chooses to leave the light and go off in the dark and stay there for a little bit until that guilt, because they're still empaths. They still have empathy. So they're still going to be convicted when they do foul stuff. So a dark empath is not going to stay in the dark side for too long. God's not going to allow it anyway. Number 2, my bad. It invalidates years of emotional labor. All right. Dr. Courtney Warren, a clinical psychologist specializing in trauma recovery, says this creates cognitive dissonance, right? The empath reconciled that they believed they loved with the aggressive truth they experienced. This mental split can feel unbearable. The empath really believed that they could love this narcissist healthy. Yeah. That's how strong our faith is. Number 3, it hurts so bad because it leaves a spiritual and energetic void. Yes, it's going to leave a void because you've identified a part of your being is connected to the narcissist. You've identified a part of you with the narcissist. So when you detach from the narcissist, you are literally going to have to prune yourself. And when you detach that part of yourself that you're leaving with the narcissist, it's going to leave a void. You just refill that void with positive, healthy things. Positive, healthy ideas. Positive, healthy associations. You feel me? It's just like pruning a tree or a plant. You got it? Because the empath bonds on a soul level, because we bond on a soul level, right? The sudden absence of the connection feels like energetic withdrawal. It feels like we are actually going through a withdrawal like a drug addict. And clinicians and top specialists literally liken detaching from a narcissist as being similar in regards to intensity and challenging and being challenging as a D-rug addict coming off of D-rugs, because you are literally actually addicted to these individuals. It's that chemical release. You're addicted to that dopamine, that oxytocin hit that comes with that love bomb spike. So as dirty as they do you, because you are addicted to that spike, they could do you as dirty as they want to, stay away from you as long as they want to. But when they spin the block, you are going to be so happy to receive them, because not only are you going to feel validated, he chose me, she chose me. You're going to feel validated, but you're getting that rush from that intensity. So you're really addicted to the chemical release. So prepare yourself to actually go on an empowerment journey, a healing journey, similar to a D-rug addict coming off of D-rugs. It's going to be that challenging, and it has to be that intentional. That's why you have to write these lessons down. That's why you have to purchase books. You have to purchase downloads. You have to incorporate these things into your life. If, and only if, you want to become you want to reach the goal of experiencing your best life. Well, one of the requirements that you have to meet to experience your best life is you have to be your best version. You feel me? And so in order to be your best version, you have to be intentional. Going into your best life with this mindset you got right now, you're going to mess it up. You're going to mess it up. So in order to experience and maintain your best life, you have to become your best version. You feel me? It leaves a spiritual and energetic void. Because the empath bonds on a soul level, the sudden absence of the connection feels like energetic withdrawal, right? Specialists liken it to emotional detox. Painful, disorienting, but necessary for healing. It's going to be painful, disorienting, but it's necessary for healing. You got to understand that you are reconditioning yourself. You are rewiring your neurons. You are retraining yourself after decades of toxic training. It's not going to be just a simple project. It's a process. But what's made simpler is now you have an exact direction. You know exactly what you need to do. You're no longer confused about what you need to do. You know you need to retrain you. You need to rewire your neurons. You need to fill your life up with positive affirmations, reality affirmations. The narcissist is who they are, not who I imagined they would be. The potential I fell in love with is me. You have to be intentional with this. You get it? Ain't no half stepping. Yeah, no half stepping. Okay? No half stepping. Number four, forces them to face self-betrayal. It hurts so bad because it forces you to face the reality that you've betrayed yourself for these knuckleheads. Yes, it was self-abandonment. You literally said goodbye to you so that you could cater to them. Yeah. And when you saw you in that reflection, that potential was a reflection of you. When you saw you, you ain't seen yourself in so long, you fell madly in love. And now you're experiencing a heartache because you think you're missing somebody that's right there with you. And you're going to figure that out when you get used to being alone. You need to practice being alone, not because you're planning on being alone for the rest of your life, but that you're good alone or with somebody. You ain't got to tolerate nobody's knucklehead behavior just to be with them. You need to train yourself to be comfortable with being with you. That way, when you good, when you alone, when you ain't with nobody, you good, and when you are with somebody, you just as good. You feel me? Mm-hmm. It forces the empath to face self-betrayal. As Dr. Romani notes, the empath's biggest heartbreak isn't only the narcissist's betrayal. Your biggest heartbreak is not only the narcissist's betrayal, it's realizing that you ignored your own intuition to keep believing in potential instead of reality. You kept believing that the narcissist was the potential instead of the reality that you are the potential. The potential was a reflection of you. The potential that you fell in love with was you. You just ain't seen yourself in so long, you didn't even recognize yourself. Birds flying high. There you go. There you go. When you start asking for forgiveness and stuff like that, make sure that you're forgiving yourself, birds flying high. And don't get into that rhetoric that you're not going to heal unless you forgive your abuser. Do not get into that garbage. I'll debate you all day long. It's science. It is clinically proven. You forgive you. You forgive you for betraying you. Who in the world? So that means that if we're supposed to just automatically, without them even having to come with a sincere and genuine apology and a sincere heart to actually be sorry, we just forgive them. And if we don't do that, we're not going to heal. So tell me what, if God is expecting us to do that, why ain't he just automatically forgiving Satan? Huh? Answer that. You're telling me that God is telling me that I'm supposed to automatically forgive my abuser, my aggressor, or I ain't going to heal. But God ain't automatically forgiving Satan. Explain that to me. You can't explain it because God don't automatically forgive nobody. If you ain't coming to him with a sincere, genuine heart, you ain't getting no forgiveness. And he does not require us to do that. Because if that was the case, then that would mean Satan and all the demons is forgiven for all the stuff that they did without them ever even having to ask for forgiveness. Yeah, people have to remember, man, God is all powerful and he's absolutely pure. God cannot lie. So what's in his word is going to go down, regardless, whether you believe it or not. And let me back that up with the fact that the Bible is the most undisputed, most scrutinized book of prophecy in existence. It's the most undisputed, meaning it has the most actual fulfilled prophecies. And if you actually pay attention to the number of prophecies, I think it might be like, don't quote me on this, because I think it's around 2,500. I think it's around 2,500 prophecies, and over 2,000 of them have already been fulfilled. Undisputed. All this nonsense about y'all hear about man wrote the Bible. Man wrote every piece of literature that you study from. So what makes that scientifical book that was written by a man more valid than a spiritual book written by a man? Make me understand that. Everybody points out the fact that the Bible was written by man. So was every other form of education. Every other book was written by man. So what makes books more important than others? Oh, your level of faith. So you choose to have faith in science. You choose to have faith in man. I choose to have faith in a God who inspired man to write the Bible. Don't come to me with no nonsense to try to make me seem like I'm goofy, because I got faith in the Bible. You got the same faith in that science book that you read. You got that same faith in that individual who you follow on TikTok. The same faith that I have in Jesus. So what's the difference? What makes your faith rational and mine not rational? Make me understand that part. I'll wait. I'm a rational, free thinker. I don't go by what everybody else says. I don't jump on no bandwagons. I ain't down. I'm a trendsetter. I don't follow trends. I don't do and say what everybody else does. And one thing I advise people, please don't come at me with the Bible. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. I will beat you with that Bible the same way Jesus beat them merchants out the church with them braided ropes. Don't you come at me. Don't you do it. I got a relationship with God. I don't just read and repeat things that I've memorized out of the Bible. I actually do further, more in-depth study than just the Bible. I don't just go by what... You got people who debate the Bible and stand on the idea that the Bible is wrong and it's so wrong in white man religion, but ain't never read the whole thing. So how in the world do you have an opinion on something that you've never even read? You're ignorant. You goofy. If you are sitting there trying to debate a subject that you have very limited understanding, you deserve to get clowned. Yeah, please don't come at me with nothing about the Bible. If you ain't read it, if you ain't studied it, and if you ain't got a relationship with God, please, because I'm going to humiliate you. And I'm not going to be gentle. I'm going to tell you straight up. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about nobody's feelings. Because the fact of the matter is, I don't do nothing to harm nobody. So if me being solid make you feel some kind of way, that's your problem. That ain't my problem. If my truth offends you, that's your problem. That's not my problem. Just like my emotions ain't nobody else's concern. Can't nobody make me feel no kind of way. People could do things to me. They could say things to me. I choose the emotion to ride. So just like I could say whatever I want to say or do whatever I want to do, and that individual, it's your choice of what emotion you choose to ride based off of what I said or did. That ain't my concern. I couldn't care less. So come at me with some nonsense. Oh, the Bible says you're supposed to forget. Read more than just those couple little sentences, goofy. It's way more than just them couple sentences. Go back and read examples. Read examples of what these scriptures is talking about. Not just them couple little words that you're going to try to live your whole life on. Try to belittle other people. God says you're supposed to forgive. Well, give me an example of anybody that God forgave who didn't ask for forgiveness. Why did I go there? I don't even know. I get hype, y'all. I'm very, very passionate. I'm sure some of y'all could tell. All right? And I don't play no games. I don't play no games. All right, number 4, I'm gonna read this one again. It forces the empath to face self-betrayal, right? As Dr. Ramani notes, the empath's biggest heartbreak isn't only the narcissist's betrayal, it's realizing they ignored their own intuition to keep believing in potential instead of reality. All right? So here's a healing specialist insight, y'all. Recovery begins when the empath stops asking, why didn't they love me? And starts asking, why didn't I listen to me? So instead of asking, why didn't they love me? No, ask yourself, why didn't I listen to me? And guess what? You're going to come up with the conclusion, I didn't listen to me because I was indirectly trained to normalize toxicity. So I thought it was right. That's the answer. I'm giving you these. I'm hoping you're writing these things down. These are your answers. There's no way you leave this live today in the same psychological and emotional condition that you were in when you came in. There's no way. You don't have any valid excuse for that anymore. You have enough clarity. You have enough education at this point to change your perspective. And if you don't, post the question up there. Okay, brown ass. Hey, Lauren. Peace to you, Lauren. I didn't even see you up in here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've been reading. That's a sad story you got there, brown eyes. It's hard for me to even like imagine being that. I can't even wrap my head around that. That's a you know what I'm saying? That's gonna require you need to be around when Dr. Erica starts coming through, because that's gonna require her level expertise. That's something I can't even fully. It's sad. It's horrible. And I feel horrible for people who have experienced that. You know what I'm saying? Especially considering the fact that it's, well, I ain't going to say too much. I don't want to put your business out there like that. But like I said, the fact of the matter is that's horrible. You know what I mean? I empathize ain't even a strong enough word. You feel me? But that's like beyond. That's beyond me. Like, I wouldn't even want to try to mislead you. You know, that's beyond my level of expertise. But hang around. Dr. Erica, she definitely got you. I promise. She got you. Okay? All right, y'all. Let's get back to this real quick. Yeah, why didn't I listen to me? Many of us, empaths, thought about not even getting back in touch with them after our first encounter. All right, I don't got to read that part because I already been through that part. All right, what I want to do, let me see. Specialists agree. All right, specialists agree, y'all. Specialists agree. The path to empowerment, healing, all right? The path to empowerment or healing involves these things. Rebuilding. Write these things down, please. Write these down. All right? All right, the path to empowerment is going to require rebuilding self-trust through journaling or therapy or coaching. Message me if you want one-on-one coaching. I got you. I promise. I got you. All right? So, once again, rebuilding self-trust through journaling or therapy. Next, reconnect with safe, reciprocal relationships / friendships. Reconnect with safe, reciprocal relationships / friendships. A lot of y'all did have some solid people in your life. May not have been a lot, but you had some solid people in your life when you met the narcissist. The narcissist caused those people, you basically drove them people crazy. They love you and they still love you, but they had to fall back from you. Thank you for that, Lauren. Thank you for that. You the GOAT, League. That's what's up. That's what's up. But dig. So, some of these people still love you. They just had to fall back from you because they got tired of the back and forth. They got tired of coming to pick you up 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You probably, I ain't never going back, girl. Coming to pick you up 1 o'clock in the morning. I swear, bro, I'm not going back. She's filth, man. She's trash. Then you write back a couple days later. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You exhausted people. Because now you're putting people in a position where they got to hate this person when you hate them and love them back again when you love them. They fell back, but they're still there for you. They're waiting for you to come back. Prodigal daughter, prodigal son. Yeah, y'all got solid folks waiting for y'all to come back. But I'm going to tell you what. You better apologize. You better apologize. Don't just go back and expect them to receive you because they put up with a lot. They put up with a lot trying to love you, trying to convince you to leave this knucklehead alone, and you just kept running back. So when you go back, you make sure to apologize to them. You feel me? Apologize because they ain't let you down. You let them down. They couldn't keep on taking that. What you think they're supposed to be? Their life is supposed to be distracted because you refused to leave a knucklehead? They had to fall back for their own self-preservation. It wasn't about this abandoning you. You feel me? Absolutely. So yeah, reconnect with safe, reciprocal relationships / friendships. Next, learning to give love without self-abandonment. Set boundaries. Learn to give love without self-abandonment. And what that means is, man, write this down too. Write this down. Learn to be more observant, and less absorbent. You can be observant and not be absorbent. You can observe somebody going through pain, but you don't have to absorb their pain. Do you know that some people are going to require you to absorb their pain? They're going to require, if they're crying, they're going to require you to be crying to prove that you actually empathize with them. Why in the world do you want to do that? You mean to tell me that you're in a great mood? Then somebody calls you who happen to be going through something. Now you're supposed to be in a crying mood because they're in a crying mood. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? This is what you're going to continue to do? Take on everybody's negative emotions? No. Learn to be observant and not absorbent. You are allowed to walk past a need. You are allowed to not care about somebody else's plight. You're allowed. You don't have to care about everybody's everything. That doesn't even make sense. How in the world are you going to focus on your life if you so hyper-focused on everybody else's problems? Everybody got problems. So your whole life is committed to fixing everybody else's problems. That don't even make sense. You're overburdening yourself, trying to prove your worth. You don't have to prove your worth, empath. You ain't got to prove your worth, sis. Bruh, you ain't got to prove your worth. You're enough as you show up. You're enough. I know it sounds like a cliche, but it's real. You're enough. You don't got to bend over backwards. You don't got to overextend. You ain't got to do nothing extra. You're enough as you show up. Be comfortable with that. You don't have to earn nobody's daggone love. What? For what? You got the most amazing love in the world. If nobody don't give you no love, guess what? Get it from yourself. Period. Get it from yourself. Like, what are you talking about? We gonna get it. We gonna get it together. We gonna heal together. Real rap. All right? Now I'm gonna tell y'all, I just told y'all that I'm not gonna leave y'all hanging. I'm not gonna leave y'all hanging. I'm not just leaving y'all here with problems. I'm not leaving you here with the problem. No way. No way, no way. I'm gonna go with 10. I'm gonna do 10. Yeah, because I'm running out of time, y'all. I got some one-on-one, so I want to definitely be done. Yeah, I got to get done. And we're not even going to be able to do let's play a game. Maybe. Let's run through these 10 real quick, and I think we still can play. Let's play a game. All right? I love playing that. All right? Dig it. We're going to run through these 10. We're going to run through them, all right? Listen, what I have here now is 20. Y'all know 20 is where's Lauren? 20. We back to 20, Lauren. We ain't really never left 20 anyway, Lauren. But we stand on 20. You know I love, 20 my number. All right? I have 20, specialist backed suggestions for empaths to heal and move on in peace. 20, or no, sorry. I'm only doing 10 of the 20. Because remember, I explained that, all right? I'm doing 10 of the 20, okay? But these 10 are going to be sufficient, and I'll do the other 10 maybe another time, all right? So I'm giving 10 bullet points on how to move on in peace after a narcissist, all right? Number one. Accept that closure won't come from the narcissist. Do not sit around waiting for the narcissist to bring you closure. For what? You've got enough clarity. You don't need nobody to explain everything that went down. You know clearly. You got enough clarity. And if you need closure, write a daggone closure letter. Let the narcissist have it, or let the narcissist have it. Cuss, whatever you want to do in that letter. Let them have it. And then tear it up and throw it away. Don't even read it. Definitely don't send it. Tear it up and throw it away, or take it outside and light it on fire. Destroy it. That's your closure. You dictating the game now. Are y'all not getting it yet? New rules, y'all. New rules. New rules around this piece, man. New rules. Put new rules on the screen with some light bulb emojis, y'all. New rules. New rules around this piece. All right? We're not waiting around for nobody to dictate nothing in our life. New rules. We're not waiting for anybody to bring us closure. New rules. We're not waiting for anybody to come validate us. New rules. We're not waiting for somebody to come and give us permission to move on with our life. New rules. We're not doing that stuff no more. Are you serious right now? We're not doing that. That's what got us in trouble. That's what got us psychologically and emotionally jacked up right now. That knucklehead stuff. We're not doing that stuff no more. Higher standards, Sharice. Absolutely. Higher standards. That's your boundaries. Your boundaries are your standards. Absolutely. Yep. All right, dig it. Dig it. Accept the closure. Accept that closure won't come from the narcissist. Why? Specialists agree. Narcissists hardly ever provide real closure because accountability threatens their ego. All right? Accountability threatens their ego. That's why you can't expect them to come back with any real closure. These are knuckleheads, y'all. All right? So here's an example. Instead of waiting for an apology, an empath writes a goodbye letter. You're dictating the closure. You're shutting this down. The game ends when you stop playing. When you stop playing, it's game over. Flip. Flip. Y'all remember that? Flip. Flip. Game over. When you stop playing, game over. Put game over on the screen with some light bulb emojis, y'all, and bounce y'all head, bob y'all head to that little flip. Flip, 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 flip. I know y'all remember that. Game over. Yeah. It's over with when you stop playing. Game over on the screen with some light bulb emojis, y'all. And I'm going to go on. I'm going to go on. Right? Number 2, validate your own experience. Validate your own experience. All right? Why? Narcissists distort reality. Y'all know they rewrite history. And they gaslight you with that rewritten history. Like you ain't got no common sense. You ain't got enough sense to remember what they said to you yesterday or 5 minutes ago. You ain't got no sense. You don't remember nothing. You just goofy. So they got to remind you, no, the way you remember, nah, that wasn't it. That wasn't how it was. It was like that. Man, get out of here with that nonsense. Beat it. Beat it, beat it, beat it. I don't want to hear that. Validate your own experience. You write down the history of that relationship. I'm telling you, I'm encouraging you to do that right now. Write down that relationship. Write down every bad thing the narcissist did to you to make you want to leave them. Be very, very descriptive. Do not be vague. Very, very descriptive. And you read over that every once in a while. The no contact list, that's the list where you write everything that the narcissist did. That's called a no contact list. You read that every day. But the history of your relationship, you go back and bounce back to that, especially when you start ruminating. Because listen, put guilty on the screen if you one of them people who have left the narcissist alone. You left a narcissist alone, went and rebuild your life. Doing better, run into this clown some years later, forget what they done did to you, let them back into your life, and they destroy your life again. Put guilty on the screen with some light bulb emojis if you've done it, because I know you've done it. I absolutely know you've done it. It's a common practice for a lot of empaths. Yeah, healing doesn't come the first rodeo. It doesn't come the first time around. A lot of times people hard-headed. They hard-headed. And they forget what that narcissist did to them, and they let that narcissist come back. They try to distract themselves with work and staying busy and not healing activities, and then they run into that narcissist later on, and that narcissist is able to come in and love bomb them again with that low-effort love bomb and get you locked in again. Don't do it. Write a no-contact list. Write a very detailed list of everything that narcissist did or said to you to make you want to leave them. All right? But you validate your own experience. Why? Narcissists distort reality, causing empaths to doubt their own perception. They make you doubt your own reality. They have you questioning, like, they said something to you yesterday. As a matter of fact, they said something to you 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago. And you go and repeat, like, yeah, okay, you said so and so and so and so. They'll look at you like you crazy, like, huh? I never said anything like that. No, that's what you heard. I didn't say that. No, I might have said so and so and so. So they rewrote the narrative. Now you sitting there like, did they say that? You really questioning, like you ain't got no sense. They have you sitting there questioning your reality like you ain't got no sense whatsoever. This is how goofy these people have us. They have us that goofy where we really questioning reality. Just like the dude who clearly saw a daggone square and just said circle because everybody else said it was a circle. Huh? Don't let them do that to you, man. Don't let them do it to you. All right? Narcissists distort reality, causing empaths to doubt their own perception, which is gaslighting. All right? Here's an example. Write down moments you felt confused or blamed. Right? Write down the moments when you felt confused or blamed. Right? Seeing patterns on paper helps affirm I wasn't crazy, I was trained. When you start to see that on paper and you recognize these patterns, when you recount y'all whole history and you see all these patterns of behavior, you'll start to realize, yeah, I ain't crazy. Nope, I ain't crazy at all. I was just trained. I was manipulated. You ain't crazy. You ain't slow. What are you talking about? You can't remember something from yesterday? Seriously. Number three. Go no contact or low contact. No contact or low contact if you're co-parenting. Okay? Why? Dr. Ramani calls no contact emotional detox. It's self-preservation. You're not punishing the narcissist by going no contact. You're limiting access to you so they can't continue to hit you off with them intermittent reinforcements and strengthening that trauma bond. You limiting access. You cutting off access for your own mental health, your own emotional health. You feel me? Your own future, period. Your own physical health. Yeah. Dr. Bessel van der Kolk speaks about trauma being stored in your body. Trauma, overexposure to consistent stress can literally cause physical ailments in your body that will take you out. So this narcissist is affecting you negatively, psychologically, emotionally, and physically to the extent that you can literally leave here and you think they're worth that? There's over 9 billion people on this planet, folks. And we talk about how many people on the planet because we have a global community here. There are over 9 billion people on the planet, and you're saying to yourself that narcissist is the best you can do. That's the best you can do. That's what you deserve. Considering who you are, the narcissist is the best you think you deserve? Are you serious? Trauma sucks, but education trumps trauma. Education trumps trauma. You're going to re-indoctrinate yourself with positive affirmations. You're going to re-indoctrinate yourself with facts, not fiction. You're going to re-indoctrinate yourself to live in reality, not in an illusion. You got it. It's not going to be as challenging as you think. Every message or call helps reopen the trauma bond. Every message or call helps reopen the trauma bond. So here's an example. Block their number and delete it. Unfollow their social media. You need to probably delete a lot of your social media. If you got more than one social media, at this point in your life, this me season, put me season on the screen with some light bulb emojis. If y'all agree this is me season, you're going to have to cut out a lot of social media. You're going to have to replace a lot of the social media with healthy, healing, and thought management practices. Okay? Because it's information overload, I should say. Information overload. When you are in this state of mind, a lot of things can be triggers. A lot of things can cause nostalgia. Of course, I'm not going to tell you to delete TikTok because you ain't going to be able to come see bruh. All right? But be careful with the information overload. Okay? Be careful with the waking up immediately, picking up your phone, letting the daggone phone and social media hijack your emotions. That's what happens. That's why a common practice and a healthy practice is to not pick up your phone for the first hour of getting up, even if you have to get up a little bit earlier. And another healthy practice is to not be on your phone at least an hour before you go to bed, because you don't want that social media and that nonsense and that blue light hijacking your thoughts and your dreams either. Okay, so like I said, this detox, you want to block numbers, block social media, delete old messages that you keep on going back and reading over thinking the outcome is going to be different. Delete all them daggone selfies that y'all got together that you keep on going and ruminating over. Get rid of that stuff. Make this for real. Stop playing games with yourself, because that's all that's going on right now. You're playing games with yourself. When you keep on going with the back and forth, you're playing yourself. That's called self-abandonment. You are actually saying that this narcissist and their attention is more important than your own psychological and emotional health. Are you serious right now? That's what you're saying? You're saying holding on to this pain and holding on to this Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant is more important than you becoming your best version to be prepared for your best self. Your best life, huh? You willing to just sacrifice it all, throw it all away for this slimy loser, this cheater, this liar, this thief, your enemy, the person who recruited people to destroy you, the person who created most of the rumors that's out there about you now. These people have been lying on you for years, telling ridiculous lies. They hate you. Do you not understand? Did they not show you clearly enough that they hate you? Was their behavior not clear enough to show and prove that they hate you? Was it not clear enough to show and prove that they don't even respect you? They don't even like you? Was that not clear enough? You need more. You ain't had enough yet. You still sitting around feeling this artificial illusion of heartache for someone that doesn't exist for real. That potential is you. It's not the narcissist. But this one slimy individual who has done you dirty, I'm talking about drug you through the mud, drug you through the briar patches, through the rosebush thorn bushes, over them sharp railroad track rocks. They drugged the crap out of you and would have continued to do it if you wouldn't have never woke up. And this is the best you think you can do? This is what you waiting around for. This is what you praying to God for. Please change them, Lord. Seriously? You really want this person after all the stuff that they've done to you? You really still would think, you think that you're going to be able to actually healthily trust this person? Ain't gonna happen, Captain. I'm telling you. Block their number. Unfollow the social media. Delete messages. Delete pics. Delete the Netflix movie list, playlist, the music playlist. Delete all of that. Get rid of the gifts. If they're expensive, sell them. You don't need reminders of this individual. Those are those intermittent reinforcements as well. When you got something that you always see that always reminds you of them, you're always in their orbit. How in the world do you expect to get healthy standing in the same mud that got you sick? How do you expect to get healthy standing in the same slimy mud that got you sick? You're wallowing in the mud with the swine, with the pigs, with the narcissists, with the Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant. How are you supposed to become your best version while you still wallowing in the filth with this narcissist? I'm just asking. Tell mutual friends, mutual acquaintances, which most likely you're going to have to cut some of these people off too. You don't need any messages being relayed or anything like that. And you're not friends with their family. You're not friends with their friends. Let's not get that twisted. Moms was only cool with you because she was helping this person convince you. She was part of the okie doke. You and moms ain't cool for real. You and sis ain't cool. You and auntie ain't cool. Grandma ain't cool. They're loyal to the narcissist. They're loyal to Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant. Their friends, they've already smeared you enough. They've already told everybody that you're crazy, you're the cheater, you did everything they did. So now everybody believes you're the problem. And so when you go back to start trying to tell them on the narcissist, Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant, guess what's going to happen? They're going to think you bitter, and they're going to think you crazy, and they're going to think you obsessed. Absolutely. You can't possibly think people that the narcissist introduce you to is going to be loyal to you. They've strategically surrounded you with their flying monkeys. You ain't got nobody to go tell. Ain't nobody going to believe you. That's how they want to daggone box you in. Isolate you. Make you feel like they got all power and you just weak and you got to submit to them. It's all an illusion. Like the Wizard of Oz. It's an illusion. It's an illusion of power. They're not as powerful as they want you to believe, all right? Don't go for the okie doke. All right. And tell mutual friends, acquaintances, or family members not to relay updates. You should probably disconnect from mutual contacts for your own healing purposes. You need to disconnect from daggone mutual contacts. All right. Number 4, allow yourself to grieve the illusion. Allow yourself to grieve the illusion. Why? Why do you want to do this? You're not grieving them. Okay? You're not grieving them. You're grieving who you thought they were. You're grieving who you thought they were. But you can even take that to a whole nother level. And instead of grieving who you thought they were, properly acknowledge who you thought they were. And who you thought they were is the potential. And that potential is you. That potential is the mirrored image of you. Okay? Example, crying, journaling, or mourning through creative outlets helps release the emotional weight of that illusion. Crying, journaling, or mourning through creative outlets, not recklessly and out of control. You are still maintaining control even through this mourning or grieving process. The whole goal is self-discipline. The whole goal is you operating in full control of you. Control what you think about. Control what you ruminate on. Control your emotions. Control your behavior. Control your movement. You are on a mission to become your best version. And your best version is controlled, restrained, self-disciplined, wise, observant, but not absorbent. Got it? Number 5, rebuild self-trust. Rebuild self-trust. Why? Empaths often blame themselves for not seeing it sooner, quote unquote, right? Specialists stress that rebuilding trust is rebuilding trust in your own judgment is key. You have to reconnect with your intuition and your gut. They did not fail you. You ignored them. All right? Number 6, stop trying to understand their behavior. You've already learned what you need to learn. The narcissistic patterns and the narcissistic traits is it. You don't need to try to understand their behavior. You'll drive yourself crazy because you'll never understand their behavior. Just understand that they did what they did because they are demon possessed and they have a mental disorder as a result of that demon possession. And the patterns that you saw, the clarity that you already got is all you need. You don't need to. But why did he choose her though? But why did he choose him? Why did she choose him? Don't worry about that. It's irrelevant. It's Mr. or Mr. Insignificant behavior, aside from the narcissistic traits and patterns, it's irrelevant. That person's insignificant at this point. You should be striving to live your life as if they don't even exist, because actually, the only version of them that does exist is that foul, filthy, sewer life, free-for-all version. You don't want nothing to do with that garbage. That's trash. You feel me? So it's easy for you to just go on and live as though they don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't even really know them anyway. Let me tell you, you know their behaviors, but you don't know them personally. Everything they told you was a lie. Everything. It was to set you up. Everything was a setup. You don't know nothing about their childhood. You know their version of it. And they were always the victim. And they used that to guilt you. They used that to gaslight you. They've never told you the truth except those brief moments when they just blurted out some truth that they denied when you repeated it to them. Everything they told you is a lie or a lie to cover up another lie. The stories at work, stuff that happened at work, stories they told. Guess what happened at work today? That didn't really happen. They didn't even work double shifts today. They worked one shift and they spent the other shift with one of their sneaky links. They just came back and told you that story to reinforce the idea that you believe that they were at work. You don't hardly know nothing about these people. You don't hardly know nothing about what they had going on when they was with you. They was lying about everything. The stories they told you. Guess what? I was at the supermarket and these two people was fighting. That wasn't true. That was a lie. These people make up lies just off the top of their dome. It's ridiculous how easily they lie. They lie to everybody. It's misdirection. Keep everybody off balance. Keep everybody from figuring them out. Keep everybody discombobulated. Like, what's going on? Yes, they're liars. The stories that they told you about growing up, most of them were lies. The stories they tell you about what they were doing when they were away from you, lies. The work stories, lies. The co-worker that cheated on their husband. Gentlemen, that story of the co-worker cheating on their husband wasn't a lie. It just wasn't no co-worker. She just told you the whole truth of what she did. Yeah. Ladies, don't laugh too hard now. Yeah, that homeboy that cheated on his wife, he just told you what he did. Yeah. It's funny. It's really funny when you realize the extent of what these people do. It is definitely conducive to what a mental patient would do. The things they do are definitely in line with what a mentally ill person would do. Real rap. Mm-hmm. All right. Number six. Stop trying to understand their behavior, especially after learning how their traits are repetitive. Especially after learning how narcissistic traits are repetitive. Stop trying to figure them out. I'm telling you, drive yourself crazy. Dr. LaPera explains that endless analysis keeps you stuck in the narcissist orbit. Endless analysis keeps you stuck in the narcissist orbit. An example, every time your mind asks, why would they do that? Like, why in the world? Like, why would they do that? Stop trying. They're narcissists, and this is what they do. There is no other explanation. There is no other answer that's going to be satisfying. They are narcissists. This is what they do. They live a consistent pattern of linked cycles of life. The identical cycles of life. That's what they do. That's their behavior. That's all you need to understand. You don't have to go no further with it. You're doing nothing more than just keeping yourself locked in and focused on this knucklehead. All right? They're not worth that. You've given them enough time. They're not worth no more. All right? Every time your mind asks, why would they do that? Reframe, understanding them doesn't heal me. Understanding why they dogged you is not going to heal you. Understanding the narcissistic behaviors and the traits prevents you from falling victim to it again. What's going to heal you is accepting what it was. What's going to heal you is you reconditioning, retraining. The retraining of your mind is your healing. Do you not get it? That's healing. That's the healing. The intentional indoctrination of positive, productive healing practices is your healing. Becoming your best version is your healing. Your best version is healed. You got it? Yes, that's the goal. That's the goal, man. Understanding them, that's not going to change nothing. You already know enough. You know that they do this because that's their behavior. That's all you need to know. There's no more you need to know. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to sit there and keep on asking, I wonder why that fish is swimming. Huh? That's what they do. Why is that dog barking? Shut that dog up. That's what they do. Accepting the fact that that's what they do is going to ease the panic when it happens. Yes, narcissists are demon-possessed people, Roy. Salute to you, sir. Narcissists are demon-possessed individuals. Absolutely, they are evil. Number seven, reconnect with safe energy. Reconnect with safe energy. All right? Why? Narcissistic relationships isolate empaths from healthy connections, just like they pulled you away from the people who actually cared about you. Let me read that again, just in case you're writing. Reconnect with safe energy. Why? Narcissistic relationships isolate empaths from healthy connections. Here's an example. Spending time with friends or family who respect your boundaries and make you feel calm, not drained. An example of reconnecting with safe energy, spending time with friends or family who respect your boundaries and make you feel calm, not drained. Hey, guess what, y'all? I'm gonna leave y'all with that 7. Y'all cool enough with that 7. It's cool enough. Incorporate those and with everything else, because I want to do this impact survey. I definitely want to get to this, all right? And it's going on 5:30 right now. So I only have like a half an hour. So I definitely want to get past this impact survey. All right, give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. All right. Let's get ready to go, right? All right. Sorry. One more time, y'all. One more time. Please invest in this book. I just got them. I'm actually I'm putting them in envelopes, and I will be sending them out on Monday. Invest in this book. Breaking the Trauma Bond. You need this. It's only $30. That's not a lot of money to invest in your future. All right? It's not a lot of money at all. Okay? Message me. Miss Celine, message me. I got you. Message me if you're interested. I will give you the information on what you need to do. It's a real simple process. You just either Cash App me or PayPal $30. Send the address that you want it mailed to, and it'll be sent right to you. All right? All right? Okay. Yeah, Dave. Oh yeah, Dave. I got yours. I got yours. You got to send me the address. I'm sure you already sent it, but I'll be messaging you. I'll be texting you, as a matter of fact, and you can just text me the address. I'll write it in real quick. All right. I appreciate it too, sir. Yeah. Roy, just message me. Message me, Roy. I'll get with you now. Those of you who I'm telling to message me, please. If I don't get back to you tonight, don't be offended. Don't think I just left you hanging or nothing like that. I get a lot of messages, y'all. All right? So if I don't get back with you tonight, I will certainly get back with you by the morning. Okay? All right? That's my word. If I don't get back with you tonight, I definitely will get back with you by the morning. Yeah, I can take Venmo. My son has Venmo. So yeah, I could take Venmo through him. You're welcome, Roy. You're welcome. I appreciate you, bro. I definitely do. I hope you stay around. Yes, my son has who is that? Period? Is that period or dot? I don't know. Period would be a dope. That would be dope. Period. You just period. All right, y'all. Yeah, but I can take some Venmo. So go ahead and just message me. I got you. I got you. I love Pink. Just message me, y'all. I got you. I will. Aisha, absolutely. I'm sending some to the UK. I definitely will send it to Australia, but you may have to. Now, what I'm doing, I don't know what the shipping and handling is. I know it's more. It's probably somewhere around 8 or 9. I don't know because why do I know that? I think I sent something to somebody before. I'm not sure, but only thing I asked for, like out of the country, just send $5 for shipping and handling. That's all. $5 for shipping and handling. Absolutely, I'll send it to you. The only thing I need is the address, and I'll get it shipped straight to you. Everything, like the next ones are going out on Monday. So all of you who are gonna be getting one today, they'll be shipped out on Monday. So those of you who are in the country, it should get to you within like 2 or 3 days. I can't really say how long it takes out of the country, but yes, I am sending several. I'm sending UK, Ireland, Canada, a few in Canada. Yeah, I'm sending a few out of the country. So yeah, definitely. That's not a problem at all. All right, y'all. So let's get ready. Let me read these. Before you don't type anything yet. All right. Let me read the directions real quick. They're not even that long. They're not even that long at all. All right, dig. What this is, right? This is a post-lesson impact survey, or let's play a game. It's written. We do the impact surveys in the game style, right? But what the goal is for me not only to gauge the impact of the lesson on you all, it's also for you to gauge the impact of it on yourself. Meaning, this will give you a roundabout idea because there's a scoring process. So you will tally your scores, and there are breakdowns for categories of tallied scores, right? And it'll give you a roundabout idea. And I'm not a therapist. I'm not a licensed therapist. Though I study exactly what they study and I've been through the experience, I am an expert in this field. Absolutely. Okay? But I'm not a licensed therapist. So this is for entertainment purposes only. Okay? Okay. All right, so dig. This is a post-lesson impact survey, right? Healing the empath's heart. Healing the empath's heart, right? Here are the instructions. I'm going to read each of these 10 statements. You rate each one regarding how true it feels for you right now on a scale of 1 to 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. All right? 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. All right? Do you got it? If you got it, put got it on the screen so I know you got it, and I'll get an approximate count of how many people are going to be participating in Let's Play a Game. You know we're going to have a version of Let's Play a Game at the convention too, y'all. Oh, yeah. I told you we're going to have a ball. It's going to be lit. Yeah, real rap. It's going to be lit. So I encourage y'all, if you are in a surrounding area, if you're in Texas, listen, I encourage you to try to start saving now. It's not until August. We can start putting your money together now and plan to make that trip, because this is going to be a big one. This is the first one, too. This is going to be major. There's going to be daggone incentives. Listen, y'all just try to make sure to make it, all right? Go to my page, click the link in my bio, check out the information, fill out what needs to be filled out. You're not committing to anything from that link. There's no cost or anything yet. We don't even have any of that established. We're basically just trying to get an approximate count of individuals who are actually going to want to participate. All right. This is a national convention that we will be having multiple national conventions, but these are meet and greets. Yes, we will have lessons. We'll have groups and stuff, but it's going to be fun. This is going to be a weekend of fun. It's a 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The target dates are August 7th, 8th, and 9th in Houston, Texas. All right. Go to my page, click on the link. We're even going to have a Saturday night social portion for maybe an hour or two. I don't know how long we're gonna make it last, but it's gonna be it's gonna be the wine drinking. I don't know if we're gonna make it a wine tasting or whatever, but it's gonna be something where we just sit and drink wine, and just bust it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna make it very fun and very cordial. We are family who are getting together. View this as a family reunion. All right? View this as a family reunion. Okay? Because we're not limiting our network to just online. Got it? All right, y'all. Let's get started. Number one. I no longer feel the need for closure or validation from the narcissist. I no longer feel the need for closure or validation from the narcissist. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I no longer feel the need for closure or validation from the narcissist. Put your scores and your answers on the screen, please. Make sure to keep track of your answers because you're gonna have to tally them at the end so you can get your tally breakdown. All right. All right. All right, Mickey, I got you. Listen up. I no longer feel the need for closure or validation from the narcissist. I no longer feel the need for closure or validation from the narcissist. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. All right. All right. Now I'm gonna make an announcement. I only did that because she just came in and it was only 1. So if individuals come in at number 5. I don't know. I don't have time. Unfortunately, I won't have time to read them over. So you just missed out on this time, but it's not a big deal. It ain't the end of the world. All right. All right. Number 2. I can now see that my love and empathy were never the problem. I can now see that my love and empathy were never the problem. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I could now see that my love and empathy were never the problem. They called the wind Mariah. That is a heck of a handle right there. You must be a poet. The real J Boogie, I ain't see you up in here. Peace, fam. Hope you doing well, squad. You said, why leave a narcissist? It's the best place to be when you're unbothered. I guess. Stomp. Yeah, I see that, Mickey. You miss your family? It's all good. It's all good. You back with the fam now. The real J Boogie. All right, y'all. Number. Yeah, Lane, I saw that. I didn't get that one either. All right, anyway, we know what it is. Number 3, y'all. Number 3. I understand that their behavior was about them, not my worth. I understand that their behavior was about them, not my worth. All right. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. I understand that their behavior was about them, not my worth. Their behavior ain't got nothing to do with you. Nothing. Number 4, I'm learning to trust my intuition again. I'm learning to trust my intuition again. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I'm learning to trust my intuition again. TikTok don't stop. At least you know. At least you know TikTok don't stop. At least you know. Now you know what to work with. Chris, my man, Grease in the building. I'm just now seeing you, Chris. I hope you're having a good day today, bruh. Oh, I'm seeing you lined up in here. I see you. There's squad up in here. Squad up in here. Alley Cat just checked in. You're very welcome, Chris. You're very welcome, bro. Number five. I have stopped checking social media. Y'all know y'all wrong for that, right? I know y'all wrong for that. Anyway, I've stopped checking their social media or waiting for contact. I've stopped checking their social media or waiting for contact. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I have stopped checking their social media or waiting for contact. Britt said, you said it's been years now. You already, that's old. That's old news, right? That's old news. All right, y'all. Number 6. I can feel compassion for my old self without shame or blame. I can feel compassion for my old self without shame or blame. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, almost true. 5, completely true. I can feel compassion for my old self without shame or blame. Azuri, you said you had to call the law last night. You safe, right? I hope you ain't. Did it get physical? Dang, I don't know if you want. Well, you put that out there. So did it get physical? Did the Narc, did the Mr. or Mrs. Insignificant get arrested? He popped up at your crib, but he didn't get to get in, right? Well, you safe, obviously. If you here making the comments right here, you safe, obviously. Bet. Smart move. Y'all send some love to Azuri. Y'all send some. Is it Azuri or Azuri? Say 1 or 2. 1 for Azuri or 2 for Azuri. Oh, you say yes? 2. Azuri. Bet. Y'all send Azuri some love, y'all. She had a little bit of a little knucklehead situation with Mr. Insignificant, which I'm sure a lot of y'all probably have dealt with or are still dealing with the same thing. This is about showing love to each other, y'all. I encourage y'all to engage with each other, man. This is a live community. This is solid folks up in here. Yeah, there is some sprinkles of narcissists up in here. Okay, these clowns are so delusional, they believe they're the empath. Yeah, I've actually done one-on-ones with 2 people who I suspect were narcissists. Yeah, real rap. They are so delusional, they literally believe their own lies, and these clowns believe that they were the narcissists. Yeah. That's what's up, y'all. Okay. You could just tell me about it later. Yeah, you can tell me about it later, Lauren. It's done. All right, y'all. Number 7. Number 7. My focus has shifted from why did they do this to how can I heal? My focus has shifted from why did they do this to how can I heal? 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. My focus has shifted from why did they do this to how can I heal? Good heads up too, Lauren. I imagine that was that goofy. You know that Miss Insignificant that I had the displeasure. That clown is so obsessed. So obsessed. Everybody around him, I'm already hearing information about this goofy. Everybody around him, them cut him off. They cutting him off. They're only people around them are new people who ain't figured them out yet. Everybody's starting to see that they daggone obsessed in them up. I even heard that they've been trying to get this knucklehead to check into a psych ward for a mental evaluation. The obsession has gotten that ridiculous and that blatant. They're so obsessed. These people are the most insecure, most brittle ego. I'm talking about weak. These are amongst the weakest people in the world, in society, in existence. Narcissists are about the weakest. You know what I'm saying? Straight garbage, trash. You know what I mean? Number eight. I am building new boundaries, and I know, Azuri, you definitely know, because you just dealt with the knucklehead nonsense. They talk all this junk. You ain't nothing. You ain't this. You a loser. You a bum. You ain't got no motion. All that, but then they can't leave you alone when you leave them alone. They just can't stop stalking you, obsessing over you. They can't stop. Yeah. And that's when they begin to crash out too, because some of the people who are around them start to see how obsessed they really are. They can't keep your name out their mouth. They talk about you at least once every single day. They mention your name every day. Every day. For some reason or another, they're mentioning your name. They telling some lie on you or something. They talk about you so much that there's people, I ain't been no contact with this clown for like going on 15 months. Real rap. Going on 15 months. All right? Still, this clown got people thinking that we communicate. That's how pathetic these people are. That's how big these people are losers. You cut these clowns off and they still telling people lies that you're obsessing over them. You're stalking their page. You're sending them messages. These people will call themselves from another phone, no caller ID, and go show people and claim it was you calling them no caller ID. That's how pathetic these people are. They have to lie to that extent just to get some kind of credibility, just to be viewed in a positive light. Yeah, these is goofies. They are that delusional. Some of y'all ain't seen these people in years. And they still telling people that you just contacted them the other day. Y'all been talking about getting back together. Yeah, they lie about everything. Ridiculous lies. Ridiculous lies. Stuff that ain't even necessary. They lie about dumb stuff. Stuff you ain't even got to lie about. You feel me? They don't know how to tell the truth. They don't know how. Lying is a part of their regular speech. Their everyday conversation is lies. These are sickening losers. Real live losers. Number 9, I can remember the relationship without craving or emotional pain. I can remember the relationship without craving or experiencing emotional pain. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I can remember the relationship without craving or any emotional pain. Yeah, T-Money, ridiculous lies. Laughing just to be heard. T-Money, let me tell you something. These people are so insignificant, right? They have no personality. They're not funny. They're not interesting at all. They're not creative. There's nothing about them that interests people. So they have to tell lies just so people will listen to them talk. Just to be heard, they got to tell lies. Nobody pays them any attention otherwise. Ain't that wild? It's pathetic, too. It's pathetic. They live in a made-up reality in their head, Mickey Maxine. Absolutely. They live a whole movie, and guess what? It's a sitcom. It's a sitcom because it's a whole joke, right? Everybody in their life plays a role that they've written the script for. Yeah. And you know, this clown even used to tell me that her own daddy, and he's goofy, he failed her miserably. He might have been touching on her. But anyway, I know her older brother, her half brother was. But anyway, this knucklehead told me that her own daddy told her when she was in her teens, or I think maybe in college, where she was daggone a free-for-all in college too. Like, just filthy. This was a filthy, slimy, trifling female. Trash. Straight trash. Garbage. But her own daddy told her, he was like, you striving to live a life that don't exist. They knew that they were delusional since they were younger. Their people knew what type of life they lived since they were younger. These people had bad reputations for being free-for-alls when they were in their teens. Yeah. They was the neighborhood slore when they was in their teens. Number 10. I believe I deserve calm, mutual, and emotional safe love. I believe I deserve calm, mutual, and emotionally safe love. 1 through 5. 1, not true at all. 2, slightly true. 3, somewhat true. 4, mostly true. 5, completely true. I believe I deserve calm, mutual, and emotional safe love. I was trying to go back to what I was saying here. Nah, you skipped it. I'll go back. I'll get you. Since you've been in here, it's time to go home. I'm going to read 8 real quick. I'm building new boundaries that protect my peace and energy. I am building new boundaries that protect my peace and energy. That's number 8. Number 9, I can remember the relationship without craving or emotional pain. I can remember the relationship without craving or emotional pain. And number 10, I believe I deserve calm, mutual, and emotionally safe love. All right? Hold on. I wanted to... Dave, it was number 8. That's why I reread them. I did miss it. And that was we're going to give the credit to, who was that? It's time to go home. She kept me on point. She kept me in line. I did skip number 8. Oh, Miss Days said it previous to that. Miss Days, oh, wait. Indira VR. Y'all was all on and I wasn't even paying no attention. I know y'all was like, this clown ain't even paying no attention to the screen. Leak. No, I'm just... Yeah, I see y'all was on it though. My bad. So did y'all get them? Did anybody get confused with the last 3? I'll start back with 8 again if you missed any. All right? Everybody on track now? Yeah, that was my bad. I missed number 8. Mickey says, there any way to save this live? I like it in here. Oh, Nikki, nah, but dig it. I go live every day. But if you want the lessons from the live, you can message me. I sell the printed out lessons that I'll email to you. They're only $6. And these are proceeds that go toward our ultimate goal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I can't I've had people ask me already and I don't know how to do it if you know what I'm saying. A lot of people have said I just read a comment down there. A lot of people screen record. I don't even know how to do that one either. I'm sure that whoever said that can probably school you. All right, bet. Y'all got them? All right, bet. All right, here we go. If you scored between 10 and 20, put your score on the board. Put your score in the chat. Don't forget the light bulb emojis. Indira, how you get 44? The max score should only be 30. The max score should only be 30. Wait, no, the max score is 50. I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't even write down, dang. I don't even have the breakdown for, oh, dang. How did I do that? Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. 'Cause I think I do have this on the computer from when cause I copy them. I copy them off of the computer. Which one was this again? Why does it hurt to leave? Excuse me. Alright, let's see here. Give me a second, y'all. Just a second. I might be able to. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, please. So where can I find this? Where is it at? Bet. All right, I got him. Listen, I just got another restriction, y'all. I don't even understand how I get it, where to get it. It's a restriction. They stay giving me restrictions, and I know what it's doing. It's actually limiting how this is getting pushed out, and it's limiting me being eligible for certain things that TikTok offer live creators. I'm getting it now because I'm getting violations for something that says improper gift giving or something. What do I have to do with that? You feel me? So I know there's a narcissist at TikTok, and I ain't no punk, so I'm talking directly to you. I don't care what you do on these lives. There's a narcissist at TikTok that's trying to affect these. You ain't affecting nothing, you narcissist. You ain't affecting nothing. You a goofy. Do your job. Quit messing with my lives. You goofy. And you ain't stopping nothing. People still getting healing. Goofy. Weirdo. Give me these daggone violations for stuff that don't even make no sense. A gift-giving violation? What in the world is that? That don't even make no sense. All right, y'all. I'm going to just read them off of here now because I got the whole thing here. All right, Dig. Yes, you were right. Whoever had 44, that was my bad. You right. It doesn't go up to 30. It goes up to 50. All right? If you score between 10 and 20, real quick, you're still in the wound. You're freshly out or still emotionally entangled. All right? Specialists suggest focusing on no contact emotional validation, and somatic grounding before diving deep into reflection work, all right? Next, 21 through 30. That's what I'm saying, Jody. I don't even understand what they're talking about. I get that all the time. I get it all the time. I've gotten it the last like 4 lives. I get it in the live. Yesterday, I got it at the day before. I got it at the very beginning of the live before I even said anything. I didn't even say anything. I sat down here, was getting the lessons, and looked up, violation message on the screen. Like, what? I didn't even say nothing yet. And it was about that gift giving stuff. I don't even understand what they're talking about. But I think they're just trying to limit. You know how TikTok do. They goofies. They goofy. God is in control of TikTok, not you. So it don't matter what buttons you push, how you try to limit anything. God is in control. All right? I'm saying that to your face, because I ain't no punk. And I'll just start another page. It doesn't matter like I did last time. You feel me? Anyway, you score between 21 and 30. Awakening phase. You're in the awakening phase. You intellectually understand what happened, but still feel emotionally hooked. You intellectually understand what happened, but you still feel emotionally hooked. All right? Time to rebuild self-trust, release guilt, and lean into emotional detachment exercises. All right? If I'm reading one of these breakdowns and I read it too fast and you need me to go back over something, I got you. All right? My man, Chris, that's what's up. Appreciate that, bro. All right, if you score between 31 and 40. If you score between 31 and 40, you're at empowered recovery stage. Empowered and recovery stage. What that means is you're detaching, gaining clarity, and you're feeling stronger. Specialists recommend focusing on rebuilding your identity, passions, and your inner peace. All right? And if you score between 41 and 50, drum roll, please. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I got to get the tongue roll. I got to get the tongue roll. All right, if you score between 41 and 50, you're at the peace and integration stage. You've reclaimed your energy. The narcissist no longer defines your story. You do, okay? Healing is now about expansion, purpose, and self-leadership, okay? It only still hurts because you're still caught in the illusion, Indira, because I'm trying to figure out what are you missing? Where's the hurt coming from? You're not the person that you think they thought they were, they're not. I don't think it's hurt. I think it may be a little embarrassment, maybe some shame. It's not hurt. You don't love this person. That person's not even your type. They're not even your type. You lowered your standards to get with this person. They're not your type. You only were with them because you have abandonment issues and you're afraid to be alone. There's nothing you miss about this person. Anything you're telling yourself that you love or miss, you are literally feeding yourself an illusion. You're keeping yourself caught up in this illusion. Yeah. I know it's embarrassing. That's what it is. It's not hurt. It's embarrassment. And yes, we all feel embarrassed after dealing with these clowns. But let me explain something to you. You're feeling embarrassment, but other people aren't looking at you like that. Anybody that's blaming you or looking down on you for somebody else's behavior, they're a loser. So you don't even need to be paying attention to them. The narcissist behavior has nothing to do with you. It don't have anything to do with your self-worth or any of that. None of that. None of it. You're overthinking maybe. Maybe you're thinking people are looking at you like that. But anybody who would look at you as being anything negative, instead of looking at the narcissist and placing blame where it's supposed to be, that person who blames you is a loser. That person's not worthy of your thoughts anyway. Why would you care what they think about you? And I know what it is. A lot of times we start thinking about how people view us. What are people saying about us? But the bottom line is you can't stop nobody from talking about you. You can't change what people think about you if they want to think negative about you. Everybody want to think negative about people that they envy anyway. But why be concerned? Why be concerned with losers? Why be concerned with what losers think about you? Anybody that would be even worthy of your attention would be on your side. They would empathize with you. Anybody that would basically like clown you because you were lied to, like you were misled, like I don't understand how their behavior makes you look bad. It doesn't. Their behavior doesn't have anything to do with you. Their behavior simply shows who they are. That's it. It just shows who they are. Not you. Not you. It has nothing to do with you. Mm-hmm. And they're even going to look worse when you don't go back to them. Cut off game is cold, right? And you excel. Yeah, you begin to elevate in life and they decline. And all them losers that took their side is probably already in the gutter anyway. You know what I'm saying? These are people who are not. I'm the type of person, I'm a sovereign empire. Mm-hmm. Yeah, borderline dark, but I balanced it. I got it balanced. You feel me? I'm a sovereign empath. I couldn't care less what people think about me. I couldn't care less. I've been lied on and rumored about since I've been a little kid. I'm conditioned. I'm comfortable with being lied on. I'm comfortable with being rumored about. I'm comfortable with being hated. I'm comfortable with not being liked. I'm very, because that don't move me. It don't move me. That does nothing to improve or devalue my life in any capacity. Like what haters are doing, it affects me in no way. It doesn't add or subtract anything from my life. So why do I care? You know what I mean? Why would I care? It's funny. It's definitely funny. The idea that a bunch of losers is sitting around talking about you and you ain't even been around in months, maybe years, and they still talk about you. They still bring you up. It's funny that people still tell lies about you. Yeah, I seen Leak the other day, man. He was looking real bad. I think he might be strung out or something. Meanwhile, Leak doing championship good these days. You feel me? But that's the type of nonsense these narcissists do. And when people do bring your name up, ears pop out this big. Everybody want to hear bad news about you. Heck yeah. Everybody waiting the day going to hear bad news about you. You feel me? Yeah. When your name is mentioned, ears pop open, perk up. Because they want to hear something you were doing bad, something bad happened to you, all that kind of stuff. And these are losers who think this way about you. These are the type of people who are just naturally jealous and envious type people. They're naturally jealous and envious of everybody. You know what I mean? Because they're losers. I mean, why are you surprised? Losers doing what losers do. You feel me? All right, y'all, let's get ready to go. I got to get ready to go. At the beginning of the live, I made a promise that I was going to motivate, inspire, and educate you. If I kept my word to motivate, inspire, and educate, please put MIE on the screen with some light bulb emojis. MIE on the screen with some light bulb emojis if I kept my promise to motivate, inspire, and educate you today. MIE on the screen with some light bulb emojis, please. Maximum engagement, y'all. Maximum engagement. MIE on the screen if I kept my word to motivate, inspire, and educate you today. MIE with some light bulb emojis, please. Maximum engagement. Maximum engagement. Yamil, that's what's up. I like to hear that, Yamil. I hope you stick around, stay around. I'm trying to make sure to keep it coming, bringing that heat. Keep y'all coming back, all right? And prayers for you too, Yamil. Prayers for your life is going to definitely get better after this. You will never, ever experience anything like this ever again in your life. Truth Teller says, my narcs achieve big heights. Yeah. Dana, who's that? Dan Loading. I'm sorry they reported you. Oh, it's all good, Dan. It don't matter. Oh, that's what that is. Oh, somebody's reporting something that I'm doing with the gifts or something. That's probably it. Because that knucklehead, I'm going to tell you, Mrs. Insignificant, that knucklehead, that little trash bag, they filthy trash can is obsessed in the mug. Obsessed. Still telling lies. Still living filthy. These people tell people that you cheated on them while they were straight slurs in the street, and they're telling people who already know they get around. So these people looking at them sideways like, wait, you get around like a mug, and you talk about somebody cheating on you, so that's why you attacking them. That's the narrative that you trying to make everybody believe. Yeah, they'll tell people they stole from you. This knucklehead then told people I stole the house from her. Yeah, listen, I left this daggone house. Me and my sons literally went into a homeless shelter. Yes, this knucklehead literally came, found us at the homeless shelter that ain't even on this side of town. Her mama seen me at the gas station one day on that side of town. Must have told her, yeah, I seen her. She goes investigating, found out what homeless shelter we at, come and flatten the tires on my truck, right? And take the license plate. She came causing so much problems that the people at the shelter told me that I had to go file a PFA against her, or me and my sons had to leave, right? So I go file a PFA against this clown the next morning. Guess what? I got arrested in the PFA office for a false PFA, a bogus PFA that she put against me, and I didn't even know. I was clueless. When I went to court, I went to county jail for 4 days behind that. Yeah, and when I finally went to court, the judge was angry. He threw it out. He was like, "What? You was in jail for this?" Yeah, he threw it out. Oh, Jody, thank you for that. But why do I see everybody else got PayPals and all that stuff? But I'll read your message. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. But yeah, anyway, check it out, right? Anyway, the blessing was I had met a guy when I was in the shelter because I was calling, trying to find resources, right? So I met this one guy who was over this certain agency, right? So I told him what I had to do the next day. He told me to take his number, write it down, not just in my phone, write it down, and just in case. So I'm like, okay, how about I had to utilize this man? One of the officers who arrested me in the PFA office happened to know him. So they called this guy. This man and his wife came and got my kids. Now I'm oblivious. I don't know what's going down. So I'm in the county jail for 4 days. Don't know where my kids is at. A protection order. Downloading a protection order. And it's a shame that people could go get those orders put on people with lies. That's one thing that I want to do with this community. I want to actually sign a petition that we take to legislation to change how they're receiving reports on people. Because there's no possible way a person should just be able to go to the police department and tell a lie on you, and now you get arrested at your job or at some situation that make the situation way worse. No way that should go on. No way. No way. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, these people came and got my kids, took my kids to their house, nice neighborhood, and both my boys had their own room. Very safe, very well taken care of. I will always be indebted to that man and his wife for that. All right? But dig this. They also helped us get into an apartment. So I started renting an apartment in a really nice neighborhood, right? How about the narcissist and her mama? Yeah, Mrs. Insignificant and her Mrs. Insignificant mama literally contacted me, reached out to me. The mama tell me, Leak, we know that she was wrong for that. Me and her father talked to her, and she gonna sign the house over to you. So this girl then signed the house over to me, rightfully so, because my money paid for it. She lied about that too. You feel me? This house cost less than $9,000. I mean, less than 10 grand. It was a fixer-upper. I put it together, and my money paid for it. She's just a liar. That's why her mama gave it back, because it was rightfully mine. But to this day, she has recruited people to go against me, telling people I stole. How you steal a house from somebody anyway? I don't know how to do all that diabolical stuff. She might know how to do some criminal, sneaky nonsense like that. You know what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff that I dealt with this clown. Why do you think I was motivated to go so deep in the lab? Yeah, bees in the lab. Bees in the lab. I'm not playing. This brings me pleasure to educate individuals so they leave these clowns alone. It brings me pleasure that I'm educating individuals and are daggone clipping these narcissists' wings, limiting the power that they have over people. It brings me pleasure to do that. Absolutely. It's a passion. I love it. Every time I think about one of y'all leaving these knuckleheads alone, every time I think about one of y'all cutting these clowns off, cold cut off, every time I think about it, it makes me happy. It makes me happy. Every time I get a message from one of y'all saying, Leak, it's been 6 months, no contact, bet, congratulations. Woohoo! Yes, it makes my day. It makes my day to empower you so you can leave these clowns alone. It makes my day. It makes my day to think about them going through narcissistic karma. It makes my day to watch them crashing out obsessively because they can't get in touch with you. It makes my day. The liar is always loud. The truth is silent. Downloading, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. Thank you for that, Yamil. That's what's up. That's squad behavior right there. All right, y'all, listen. One more thing. Rate the live, y'all. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because I'm running out of time now. I done ran my mouth a little bit too long. I got to get ready to go like in the next couple minutes. Rate the live, y'all. 1 to 10. 1 to 10. 1 is the worst, 10 being the best. While y'all doing that, also send me some salutations. Yeah, the truth is coming now. Absolutely, Dave. It's coming. But give me salutations. Peace. Holla at you. See you later. We don't say bye. We don't say goodbye. These words are final. We're nowhere near finished. We just getting started. The momentum on this locomotive, we gaining that momentum. Absolutely. We're going to be unstoppable pretty soon. You feel me? We picking up momentum. All right? Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening, man. Now, hold on. Let me say a prayer real quick. Father, in the name of Jesus, we ask you, Lord, to forgive us for any sins that we've committed since the last time we came to you, Lord. It's very tempting down here, and you know it's hard, but we are trying. We're trying to the best of our ability, and we're grateful for your love and your mercy, Lord, in the name of Jesus. And Father, we just ask you, Lord, to keep our focus on the prize. You planted this seed for our safe space community. You've also planted the seed for our resource centers, Lord. So we have absolute faith in the fact that this will come to fruition. Your word says that your word does not come back void, Lord. And we absolutely have faith in that. We believe, Lord. And we're grateful that you chose to use us humble servants for this global, magnificent empowerment. It's in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen. Amen. Listen, y'all, I'm going to say a whole piece to y'all. I'm going to say like a collective piece, all right? I really don't have time. I got a one-on-one and I don't want to be late, all right? So collectively, I'm saying peace. I love y'all, man. I really love y'all, man. That's not just cliche. I'm not phony and I'm not fake. Y'all know. Solid recognize solid, right? Real recognize real. I care about y'all. That's why I do what I do, okay? So I want y'all to have positive thoughts, man. Positive thoughts only, okay? Keep me in your prayers just like y'all are in my prayers, all right? And I'll holler at y'all the next day. I'm thinking tomorrow, Sunday, I'm thinking late live tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, all right? 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next day. I'll see y'all then, all right? Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening, man. Peace.